and he has changed the well, exactly what I said. He's changed not quite cut the Unity, but he's changed the fragmentation thing. Now this will potentially add in a shit ton of latency, and I have already pointed this out. But this game is not really very latency sensitive, so it probably doesn't matter. So we shall see. But yes, he's cranked up the fragmentation to 128 kilobytes. I guess 128 kilobytes, yeah. Multiplayer, load game host. Because I'm incrementing the name of the save each time, it's going further and further down the list because it's a numerically a higher number. Okay, so in theory, Esmir, you should be able to give it a whirl.
All right, giving it a whirl.
Whirl it. And the only thing I'm expecting to see is a much higher bandwidth usage. This is awful so far. Oh, there we go. It suddenly spiked a bit. And doesn't matter if it takes a long time. All that matters is that it works. You really need you in once, and then you can fuck off, and I will bring you anything you want. The network bandwidth is very interesting. We're getting spikes and then troughs, and spikes and then troughs. Well, that's been a minute now.
Not in yet.
Oh, and
hey, I'm in, I think. Okay, now I'm falling to the planet.
That's fine.
So that's where I was stuck way above the planet because I was still loading in.
Yeah. Well, what we'll do is we'll get you to leave. Like, just leave. Whatever you want, I will ferry it over to you. No problem. God, I have to remember how to lay out the level now because I've been looking at my single player. Yeah, just go to hot singles or Matty. I think hot singles is probably better.
Yep, on my way.
And then we'll save it, and then we will progress from there. So that's good. So yeah, I have been sort of investigating kind of what we're going to have to do next, and certainly part of it is I need to seriously rethink. Oh, I guess you're landing on hot singles. Just locked up again.
Yep. I should have slowed down.
No, stop it. That's not how it works. So when you, from my point of view, when you guys get in range of a
it loaded in.
When you guys get in range of a planet, my game freezes dead. The server just stops dead until you guys have finished loading. Okay, there we go. I have saved it. So Shaka, you should be good to come in now.
Joining.
So unfortunately, if I do want to do an improved thingy, probably yeah, I'm gonna have to do it somewhere else because this is not a good place. But I will probably put the whites somewhere else, like the generation of whites somewhere else, and then run them back here via a planetary logistics. But I need 2 planetary logistices to cover all the. Actually, I guess I can do that.
I wish we could get a status window of landing on a planet. Please wait.
Yes.
So that we could get a notification of, oh, the server's or the host is busy.
Right. Well, if you need anything, let me know. Also, I spent so much time hanging around here. I really should put together some more charges. I'll do this. I spend a lot of time hanging around in one area and then don't put any charges down. My charges are just scattered all over the galaxy. Yeah, so they are working on a system so we won't ever get a pause like that at all. Their method for doing this I find incredibly scary, and I have already fed that back. But I did feed in your... The dialogue box is easy. Having an asynchronous section of the game, that's not easy. That's fucking scary. Like, it would have to have backed up all the commands that you did during that... let's say Shauka was in. All the commands Shauka did during that minute, and then apply them all with no conflicts. Like, I wouldn't want to do that.
It kind of works that way.
Yeah, but that means that everything you do for a whole minute won't appear.
It kind of works that way already.
Do you guys know when it says blah blah is joining, it doesn't lock you up? But it's still a scary change. That's a big and scary change. Also, hello, Mr. Chicken.
Aloha.
I mean, I'm going to state the obvious. Our issues are, as ever, greens and reds. I have played a little bit with piling, and I understand it now. So you stick a piler in line with a conveyor belt, and essentially what it does is it frees up 50% of the capacity on the conveyor belt. You can then repeat this process up to fix 2/3 and then 3/4 capacity, and then you can put more on. It's dead easy. So that can be handy for essentially souping up old lines that aren't as fast as they could be. Now we're probably okay. But yeah, I'm just trying to work out in my head how I want to do this. So what I'll probably do, is run all of the research, all 5 of them, and the antimatter into a pair of planetary transport stations, which I'll need 2 more, and then I'll run them out somewhere else. Generate the white cubes somewhere else, because that's going to be a lot of real estate, and then send them back. As indicated, we need to start removing stuff off Dora World and have it sent with, preferably, a planet with 20 million titanium, and all it does is smelt titanium and set it up ready for Dora World to receive. Like, literally entire planets just doing that. You don't even need to have the warpers remotely, because of course Dora can warp out there to get it, which is probably easier than trying to send warpers off yonder. I do also have a whole bunch of the upgraded smelting machines in the inventory.
Nice to join.
It is good to join. Did you update to the new hack version of
Yes.
Cool. I say
I
hack.
think.
That's not hack version, isn't it? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't max out our inventory size, so let me do that now.
What was it? Destination, mission start, Kappa, Biscum, G, that me?
That sounds right. We never did rename the star, did we? Mr. Chicken is joining.
No.
Oh no, it's called Star that was. But it was definitely, well, I'm not sure it was quicker for SB, but it was definitely more reliable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I spawned way above the surface of the planet.
I had that happen once when I was erroneously kicked
I'm
off
in.
and then joined successfully. Was on the air.
I started to freak out, and then I remembered, oh, there's no falling damage.
Do I have enough soil pile? 4,000. Well, I had some soil. But I need to run 6 lines down. Let's move this. I can tell you what, let's upgrade this thing here to a bigger one. Just briefly. There we go. I just want it gone. Oh, I didn't realise by default advanced mining machines are at 100% speed, not 300. I mean, the ratio of power is off the charts. It's like 10 times as much power, but I didn't realise it didn't start at 100%. Or
Oh yeah, they dwarf the output of me maxing out putting mining machine Mark 1s around an entire vein.
Oh yeah, I know they're fast, but my point is the default is 1/3 of their maximum speed. So be careful of that. I thought their default would have been 100% their maximum speed, but it's not.
And the power scales 10 times with that.
Yes, which is fine. Power is easy. What I need.
Unless if you're on a remote mining outpost and power is kind of not established yet.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know if we have an automated solar panel maker. We do have, obviously, about 50,000 wind turbines.
That's what I came back for, right.
What did you come back for?
There is.
Solar and wind panel thingies, generators.
Where are you, though?
Currently on hot singles, beefing up things.
Is there an interstellar logistics system there? Interplanetary one that's not used?
If there isn't, I could probably drop one.
I bet there is one. You would need to do one with a spare slot. And what I'll do is I will just send up by hand a shit ton of wind turbines to you. I'll just set this interplanetary to supply wind turbines. And then I will drop in 1,000 wind turbines. Is that enough? I think that's enough.
That should be enough.
That's actually an interesting way of giving resources between us without actually having to go. Why is it requesting unipolar magnets though? Oh, it is actually shoving them into a... Why is it on remote supply?
Oh, is it not actually getting unipolar magnets?
No. I'm confused because unipolar magnets should have been over... I have a special interplanetary one that just requests for rare resources, which, yeah, it's here. That's doing... Oh no, that's doing... So, maybe it's... That's the interplanetary part, and the planetary part is... Tidy all this up. One of these requests something like, is it the kimberlite crystals? Purge the flirps. The special things. I just can't find it. It's on somewhere there. Here we go. Yeah, it's alright. So for some reason we have two things requesting interpolar magnets? Unipolar magnets. But we have 10,000 unipolar magnets here. 10,000 optical gratings as well. Oh dear.
I wasn't even doing anything. I was just standing there watching the stream.
Right. Well, anyway, you should be able to come back in. You should be on hot singles. All good.
Splitters can be stacked, and I had hoped that they would share the resources between them, but they don't.
Asmir, how long do you think after I set the wind turbines to go up to space did you crash?
Oh no, I have no idea. Like I said, I was too busy watching the stream.
Yeah, he reckons that someone had just changed the filter of an existing ILS.
Oh, gotcha.
And I was like, yeah, possibly. But this is one of those going, what were you doing? I was playing a multiplayer game and other people were doing things in a multiplayer fashion, so...
Exactly.
You know, someone did something somewhere. I really wish that all the mining machines were given ETA when they were about to run out. I'm like, this is going to be quite some minutes here, unfortunately. As me, I made a comment to you last night about how the mods we played hadn't changed my opinion of mods, and I was expecting you to respond with, "That's fair," because they weren't. They this is one of the reasons I end up not doing mods.
Yeah, no, that game just...
It's quite hard to find the gems. That's I mean, it's an issue with games as a rule, but I find with mods that because there's no, say, barrier to entry for many of them, you sometimes get just the most atrocious thing. And then you got that mod and it just plays the Chesney Hawkes song, which is like, what are you? Are you 10? No, you can't be 10 because you wouldn't play a Chesney Hawkes song. So you're probably in your mid-30s and you thought that was funny. And you thought that was funny enough to play every single time we play the game. Are you serious? So it's that sort of thing that puts me off. And you know, as a younger man, I did do lots of mods, but there were less of them, and people hadn't quite. You know, you didn't get, I'll say, meme mods then. They were all, you know, fairly sensible. Fairly. I mean, our modded Terraria playthrough was pretty good. If a bit, should we say, overwhelming. Oh, I haven't checked on the status of our Dyson sphere in a bit. I will do that when I land.
Okay, I got a bunch of stuff. I'm going to head off to
Your jumpers?
that place I was last.
Warpers. Did you get all the
Nessun 3.
wind turbine belts?
I'm going
Yes,
to
I did.
around.
I'll just request things to the other planet if I need it. I should probably
no, I think only one of our ILSs on this thing is set up with warpers, so if it doesn't go to that station, it ain't going to arrive.
Good point.
Schalke's arriving.
Ah, that's where this building was in placing.
Okay, so we're not generating enough blues, but we are, I think, pulling in enough carbon nanotubes because we were having an issue with that. Dang it. Dang it. Double dang it. That's slightly better than it must be. Let's grab that out. It's also the weirdest dialogue box for removing fluid from a proliferator. You get a box, you could just click on it and then it oh, I guess it's a bit like the fluid one for the fluid storage tanks, I suppose, but it is a bit odd nonetheless. Why are you so slow? You are a Mark II. How do I make you into a Mark III? I need microprocessor, quantum processors. I am proliferating the Mark III accelerant, am I not? I mean, I am. Look, there you go. I mean, I'll agree, it doesn't look like they have the icon on them. Why are they not proliferating? Oh, because that's the feed of the belt, isn't it? Yes, they're supposed to be. I guess it just needs to then just go around in a circle onto itself, doesn't it? Yeah, I meant to. So thank you. That was class. Let's try again. Is it really triple? It's very vague because it just says things like production speed up 25%, but oh yeah, well it increases the number of sprays. Actually, if I grab one off the belt, well, you don't get 50% more usage. It goes from 60 to 75. So you know, some more, but not 50%, sadly.
So how wasteful is it to proliferate proliferation spray?
Well, that's what we're doing. It's an advantage. Each spray, by default, each one sprays 60, and from that one spray, you get 15 more uses. So it's definitely it's a big net. It's about a 30% boost, I guess, is 30%, 25%, something like that. I think that's quite neat. Right. Now that my brain has to sort of work out where everything was, where I am, where we make quantum processors. Which is somewhere. Chat system is coming, by the way. I'm not the slightest bit excited about that. I cannot even comprehend anybody playing this with randos, but there we go. Isn't that? Oh, it's greens that require quantums, isn't it? Good. And I forgot I was even making. I was making four of those. Remember that, and then production thing. Yeah, I can now make some more of these, which I should have anyway, except those because I don't have any iron. Wow, there's no iron. Everything else. I was iron. Where have I? Oh dear. Uh-oh. We have a derp here. What has happened? We have steel and something that is not steel. How? The steel is coming in. This is all... Oh. It thankfully doesn't matter because they're all being sent to an interplanetary that takes steel and iron. I must say the only time it doesn't matter if you smush together different types.
Until one of them fills up and you can't fill the other one up, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, if to be fair, you have a 10,000 capacity in the ILS, so it's pretty big, and as long as you're pulling any of them out, you'll be fine. I suspect I will have to fix that at some point. So I'm just trying to get my bearings again. Right, how many of these can I make? 3. Well, I guess that's better than... Oh, my graphite. Easy. Yes, you'd think they would have sprayed accelerant on the accelerant during the process. So what we're going to do is we're going to send these out. Not to another planet, just to another part of this planet. Let's, oh, is that done? I don't suppose I can stack normal gatherers as well, can I? Collide with object. Oh. Gain me very much, does it? Well, I just had to...
I'm trying to get the like building production down a little bit. So the shopping center is going to just be a receiving place rather than have some production attached.
So, is that... I mean, most stuff can be made off-planet now, can't it? I mean, even if we just do it from Hot Singles. Is it Hot Singles, I think? But look, Hot Singles has almost unlimited star, iron, copper, and titanium. Matty has almost unlimited silicon. And I use those terms, obviously, very cautiously. Now, I suspect I'll end up feeding in 3 of each, but this should do to start with. Do it that way. Oh, it's freezing up. Somebody going somewhere? Use your words.
Yeah, sorry. I was just arriving at an empty planet.
Really? I was quite slow.
Mostly empty.
Ah, well. Okay, so you are going to apply blues, reds, and yellows. I think later on this can all become more... What the fuck? Hey, become more automated, not become more what the fuck. So I'm going to need 4 of these, 2 out, 2 in. I'm trying again because it's all going beat balls. What is it you think you're colliding with, gang? No. Why is this not working? No, there we go. I just had to start from the middle rather than start from the end. And that's it. And then hook the blue up. There we go. So we are now, in theory, offloading these to nowhere. And then I also need to offload green, purple, and black. Now these ones we do not have in such huge amounts. Not by a long shot. And then we'll need whites will come out of this one here, and then but I'll worry about that later. Now this one I will, the purple, and green, I'm going to limit these to 100, or we will never ever get through them. Oh, it wasn't too bad a bug, it was just odd. I think it was because there was stuff behind me and it was struggling not to collide with that. Now I just thought, is this? Oh, they should all be. Okay. So the everything apart from the purple is now post accelerant. That's kind of good, but I want to accelerant those. Accelerize. I'm sure the community has got a cool term for it. I just don't know what it is. Also supply antimatter. So I don't necessarily need this to be fast yet. Its purpose is to be expandable. So these are our outs. And we could do with that, off somewhere. I wish the game was 2D sometimes. Like the three-dimensionalness of the conveyor belts can sometimes be more of a pain in the ass than anything else. You have to like wiggle the camera around to try and work out how to get something lined up.
And then some components are two-dimensional. Like you can't feed a factory from the top. That will push it towards 2D anyway.
Yeah. It's the same thing. So with storage stuff, you can do it at any height, but I don't think you can with research. Like you can't feed stuff in and out.
No, you can't. I've tried it.
But because it just gives a very odd error message. Like layer does not support logistics. So like it's a very odd error. It's like here, like go into that, then into there, then out. There we go. Okay, cool. We're now proliferating all of those on the way in, which in theory means I no longer to do these, but I might as well just leave them. We are not creating enough proliferants by far, though. And I'll also limit these to, I don't know, 1600 or something. The point will be throughput, not anything else.
error. Fixed update is cargo traffic. Belt state. Belt has error that.
It wasn't online. I mean, if you get an error and it looks like a networky error, I mean, let me know and we can pass it on to Max. No, I completely lost again. Where the hell is our Proliferating? So that's strange matter. I've got what's called stream blindness. This is where everyone on the stream knows exactly where what it is, and I'm here going, where is it? And people are just screaming at their monitor, it's left, it's up, look back that way. Get that a lot.
I know that feeling.
I've watched people, and everyone can see it. You can see the chat going, it's there. No, he's closed the dialogue. It's in. I've lost it again. So, in principle, I have nothing against mods. One of the things I do find with a lot of mods is a huge amount of mods. All they really care about is upsetting the balance of the game. It's usually about making the game a shit ton easier. One of the most popular mods for Fortress Craft is one that radically breaks the balance of the storage hoppers. It just makes them all as big as you want. You can have 100,000 storage hopper if you want. And I have said, look, I don't mind, if you want to make the game easy, cool, go for it. I have pointed out there are some quite technical issues why you shouldn't be running that mod, but, that's your problem. So yeah, something that lets you stack all assembling machines in the game vertically. That's quite a balance breaker. And I like to think that the devs have balanced the game. Whether or not they actually have is questionable for many games. Like Fortress Craft, I never, ever, ever sat on my, oh, well, this is how it was, therefore that's how it must be. And I said to people, look, I'll change the recipe for this. This is why I massively said to people, don't set up bases that are exact ratios. Design your base to cope with excess in some places and scarcity in others. Scarcity? In others. Is it scarcity or scarcity, Henry? You're well spoken.
Scarcity.
It's not scarcity, great. Well, you're sat from English, there we go.
Scarcity for lack of stuff.
Yeah, but so scarcity. It's just a pronunciation.
Yeah.
I'm just not sure which way around it is.
Scarcity.
So scarcity. Oh.
Yeah, close enough.
We don't have enough carbon nanotubes. I guess we can get a belt.
Yeah, it's kind of like Stab City, just not for the same reasons.
Yes, I used to go to Sab City quite a lot actually. It's actually quite a nice place, apart from all the gang violence. It's probably Sab City for a bit north of you, isn't it, Henry? It's a place in Birmingham.
Yeah, north.
Yeah, but not the north.
Where's Watford Gap in relation?
I don't even know what the Watford Gap is.
It's a service station on the M1.
Wait, am I really running all of this off a single Mark? Oh yeah, Mark 1 peripherals 180 a minute. These are, in theory, 0 per minute, apparently. Oh, am I still emptying this storage hopper? That's why. I can't remember. I think it's 45 a minute. But these ones, the Mark 1s are extremely quick. It's looking good though. It's feeling pretty good. I've also worked out, by the way, when you build a traffic monitor, how to make sure it appears correctly, because the icon of the traffic monitor specifically shows it the wrong way around. So make sure it looks the opposite of the icon, and then the number will face you. Follow me for more Dyson Sphere program tips. Oh, we're getting quite a lot through now. That's much better. I'm not sure it will continue, but as I said, this one is extremely fast, so it probably is fine. There's 150 per minute, and then the ratio is 2 to 1, 75 per minute, and then the ratio is 2 to 1. So it's about 30 a minute, and each one will service 75 items. Well, hopefully then I have done some of the... unfortunately, Shaka, change the subject half through a sentence. Shaka, I agree with you on trying to tidy up. Unfortunately, there's like a massive graphite factory here. We can't really do that off-world unless we send the coal off-world and ship the graphite back. Which I guess we could do. That's one of our. That's one of Dora World's actual productions is coal.
Yeah, I'm constantly thinking what to do, and then the thing that I want to do needs another thing.
Oh yes.
Lost.
Yes, and then you walk your way all the way to the bottom of the stack, and it turns out to be I needed 200 cogs in my inventory. Oh, there's a slow bit like that. So the main bottleneck we've got for progression is greens. Like that's what's stopping us going faster. Greens are limited on the number of graviton lenses we're making. So if we were to receive a metric shit ton of graviton lenses, I keep wanting to say from abroad, but that's not quite the right scale.
Elsewhere, yeah.
Yes, elsewhere. That would be great. That's our limiting factor on our progression and tech and efficiency and all that. I did like that story, thank you. I think I'm going to do it here. So what I'm going to do is, I can set it up nicely, that's the best bit. Because there's nothing else here. But we are, I'll say running out of room on Dora World, but like this entire fire ice to graphite and carbon system should be on another planet. It should not be here. Because that can run on any planet. That has no requirements from Dora World. So remember, the goal is, I said, you can go off, you can do what you like, but the goal is to do what you like and get it back to Dora World. Let's go have these. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. 4. Now the problem with this, and something I went over last stream, is this particular thing is 6 inputs, 1 output. So you cannot have a system that you can just copy paste next to it. It just doesn't work because you've got to have a gap between them. Obviously, I can have that as part of the. Oh, hold on. Not white. Antimatter. And then I will need an entire one just to send back antimatter. Can I craft that? Ah, look at that. Give you some, and I'm sure in the browser for all of the billions of blueprints there is one. We can't use blueprints; they tend to crash the game because you put down a lot of commands in an extremely short period of time. So we don't do that. I have briefly looked at the blueprint system in single player, and I can see how you can just have massive cut and paste bases. Do I have any? Okay. So I'll just do the base one, and then I will stack them up once I'm done. So the goal is to get through all of the resources to send back the whites, which I need to work out a way to phrase it doesn't sound like massive racism. You know, because my goal here is to turn all the blacks and coloureds into whites, which, taken out of context, is a terrible phrase. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run 3 down one side, 3 down the other, and then exit by 1, 2, and then like that. Oh, possibly. Yeah, but that would break the game, so we're not doing it. Quite important restriction.
I've done it. It's not fun.
You just click.
Unless if you like needing to craft 70,000 blue belts.
I can imagine you just have to have an inventory full of stuff.
It doesn't sound like a big number until you actually have to sit there and follow it for hours as it builds.
Well, I was going to say, don't you have to run around after it? Like, you do get some upgrades, but they're not, like,
yep,
all the way. Because the way you're saying it is that you just click once and the whole planet builds itself. But it's not. You click once and then you just fly around in circles and then you have to keep wandering off to get the stuff that your inventory doesn't have and stuff.
Yeah, my blueprint planet didn't get completed for a couple of days.
I'm sorry, this is a thing of beauty now. Look at that. That is beautiful. Beautiful. Symmetrical for a start. I'm a little bit concerned there aren't... Oh, demand. Okay, I was saying, I'm a little bit concerned there isn't anything coming through yet, but I forgot to tell them to demand. And I'll also cap input for the moment. No reason or need to actually have a shit ton, because there should be no delays. It should be in, through, and back. And my limit is about half the planet's radius. Seems fine. There can be, oh, that's so beautiful. Okay, so you are producing whites, and it is producing the whites. That's also a good start. Now, while I've been talking, has it made my iridescent? Okay, and where do we... are going to supply. I think, by the way, the logistic drones need to be about a fucking 100 times more expensive. Never at any point have I ummed and ahed whether or not I'm going to stick 50 in. Go on, click 50, click 50, click 50. Like, they are just not enough to worry about. Can I do it there? Does it have to be there? It has to be there, I think.
Even the basic smelting, like I kinda never ran out of energy. But then also I do take the Fortress Craft attitude, so I might be overkilling it to start with.
Overkill is best kill. The thing is, I mean, that's really the Supreme Commander attitude, which is, if you run out of power, everything else runs out. Don't run out of power. Like, it's better to do power first and have a battery, and then just say I'll be back in an hour, or whatever. know, if you do your power collection and then power storage first, and then you start to build your thing, however long it takes you to build your thing, it's got all that time to build up power. Instead, so this is awesome, and we can generate many whites, but we are, as I said, much lacking on our purple and green production. Okay, so whites should... Oh, wow, I've made a whole 9 whites, have I? Oh, hold on. Why are none of these proliferated? What? Are they really old or something? Yeah, I mean, it's also the power usage of the logistics station. It's just a bit trivial. Again, I kind of feel the devs don't like rebalancing stuff because it breaks bases. Kind of get that feeling. And again, I guess it doesn't matter whether or not it's balanced. No, we should be proliferating.
So the game will never get balanced, or they are gonna have some very finite amount of stuff where they touch the balance.
I'm gonna sneeze. Thank you. The problem is, in Fortresscraft, I sometimes piss people off because I balance the game. And sometimes people do not want you to balance the game. They want it to remain unbalanced and broken.
And hot singles.
Oh shoot, it's full. Wait, why are we demanding? Oh, we're sending. Oh, no. Is there anywhere around here? No, there really isn't. Bet you I can't put it in that slot.
I'm gonna reconnect real quick.
Oh dear. Save the game,
This-
you say?
Say it again.
Save the game, you say? Good plan.
Yeah.
I mean, bear in mind, we are A, using a mod, B, we're using a test version of that mod. So, you know, we should expect at all points it to go wrong. Although, it has been very well behaved.
Just wanted to clear that error log.
Coming to door mode.
Landing on hot singles. Uh-oh.
Oh, this won't go wrong at all.
Trying to avoid it for a bit.
Still waiting for an update to my car, because the update will let me change the colour of the car on the screen. That's why I didn't get a BMW. Although I have to say, I've now realised how bad Apple are at actually checking for updates to apps. Because there's an update to the app, obviously, to let me do it. And it's just not appearing. And sometimes you have to reboot your phone. And I think like that invalidates a cookie or some such of some description. That's the only way to get an update. But the weirdest thing, because I've got an iPhone with the haptic buttons. So when the phone's off, it feels like the buttons are broken.
Yeah.
Which is really odd, because as far as I'm concerned, that button goes in and out. It feels like it goes in and out. It doesn't. It never has, but it feels like it does. So when the phone's off, you're like, oh, this button's suddenly broken. The phone turns on and it moves again. I love haptics. It's brilliant. The new Volkswagen, all the buttons on the steering wheel are haptics. Which is odd because all of the other manufacturers said, "Oh, you can test the ID3. Oh, it's got all these haptics." And I was like, "Yeah, that's cool. Like haptics are the future because they don't wear out. They're buttons that don't break." Whereas this just, honestly, again, if you've not used a haptic button, it's hard to describe. But when you press this piece of unmovable glass, it feels like it goes clunk clunk, even though it doesn't.
What does it do then, actually?
Huh?
Like what the haptic feel comes from? Is it like actual movement, or is it electricity, or what does it do?
Oh my god, I can't imagine one that just runs a little bit of current up through your hand. Going, there you go.
Are you ready for me to rejoin?
Yes, it should be good. It's a weight of some sort. Full iPhone haptic teardown. I don't know what it is though. Like, it's a thing that moves somewhere. Yeah, so it's
like a weight that spins or something.
It's a weight that moves, certainly. And I'll pop that picture in the Discord. By the looks of it, pop the picture in the Discord. Fail. By the looks of it, it's I can't. I will copy the image link because it's a huge image. It's a. I'm guessing it moves up and down, but maybe what it does, it's two pieces of metal. It energizes as they clunk together. Oh, no, wait, hold on. Someone's got a teardown of the haptic engine. There we go. It is as simple as a thing that moves. But it feels like the button presses. That's the important thing. Even though it doesn't.
What are you saying about the haptic engine?
I wasn't. No one mentioned it. Are you spying on us?
You posted pictures of a haptic engine being removed.
I did. I turned my phone off because I want an app for my Tesla app, and it's telling me there isn't any updates, even though there are. And one of the ways you can sometimes do that is just to turn the phone off and on again. It goes, oh, there are updates. And while my phone was off, it's like, oh no, my button's broken on my phone. It's not broken, it's just because there's no electricity. The haptics are no longer hapticking. And then I realised I had no actual idea what it was inside there that actually does it, like the physicality of it.
Yeah, it looks like a voice coil, really.
But it's weird.
Linear actuator.
It genuinely feels like the button goes click click.
Yeah. Have you not tried the trackpad on a MacBook?
Oh yeah. No, because the Alienware ones actually click.
Yeah. So on modern MacBooks, there's a big glass trackpad that feels like it clicks, and the nice thing about it is that, unlike traditional trackpads that are sort of hinged at one corner, like at one edge, like a springboard, you get exactly the same depth of click all over. But except it doesn't actually move at all. You just think it's moving because when the power's off, it doesn't click, just like the button on your iPhone.
I'd say the ID3, all of the buttons on the steering wheel are haptics, and I said all of the other manufacturers went, oh, they're not real buttons. And I was like, oh, but haptics are really cool. Like, haptics are thoroughly brilliant. Like the ones on the Xbox, the triggers, which are great. Oh, incidentally,
they're reconfigurable though. Like, can they move the buttons around and do it through software?
No, the triggers are haptic, have haptic feedback on them, which is cool.
Right.
I remember it was probably about a year ago, because you were going on about how brilliant the haptics were on the PlayStation, and I said yes. So,
the DualSense.
Yeah, so I said so are the haptic triggers on the Xbox, which Forza used a great deal. I think Gears of War did, and then everyone just stopped using them. And I said that the make or break on the PlayStation haptics was if developers continue to use them as a matter of course, or just once in a blue moon, Sony titles.
I think a lot of PS5 games use them, but I don't know what the triggers are like on the Xbox. But the ones on the PlayStation, they're kind of like, it's like a rack and pinion thing. So as opposed to just being an oscillator, it's actually pushes back on the trigger, so you can have it suddenly give way under when you apply pressure and things like that.
Yeah, I mean the Xbox ones aren't as good. They're mostly for giving little vibrations and kicks back to the triggers. The point was not how good or bad it was, because it is pretty good. It certainly does a great job at making it feel like ABS, for example. The problem was Forza used it, and Halo used it, and a couple of first-party Microsoft titles, and everybody else went, we're not supporting it because it's a single platform piece of code. So they just didn't, which was a shame because it was so cool. And I said that's the really important thing about the PlayStation haptics. It's not how good the haptics are; it's does anybody support it.
Yeah, I think the secret is how easy they've made it to implement. Because I think there's certainly quite a few cross-platform third-party games that use them. So it's not just the Sony ones. But I was going to say, so they recently put out this product page for the PlayStation VR 2, which doesn't tell us anything new, but it's just the fact that it's now got a product page. It still doesn't show what the headset looks like, but they've already said what the controllers look like, and they're saying there about the motion controllers are going to have the same sort of DualSense.
Didn't they absorb Toby?
Yeah, well, that's another thing. As I was saying when I posted that the other day, I think the commenter that I screenshotted was spot on. I think it's Toby saying, "We've got some patents you might like to license."
Yeah, it's Toby doing the equivalent of being a valet a bellhop standing in the corner of a room going.
What does bellhop do when they've got your attention?
They expect a tip because they're taking your luggage to your room.
Yeah, got you. I've obviously been hanging out with the wrong bellhops.
Well, it's an American thing. We don't get it in the US and the UK.
Can
you go to Holiday Inn and tip the lady behind the front desk? You think you were coming on to her or something?
I was just saying to see earlier that we get quite a lot of stuff from Just Eat and so on, and get food delivered fairly frequently. And I was thinking we should really keep some money near the door so we can tip these poor sods that have to go and stand in restaurants for us and bring us the food, because I bet they don't get make a lot doing it.
We have a system over here where we just tip it in the same location that we ordered from.
Yes,
How do you mean?
With Just Eat, you can actually go, do you want to leave the driver for a tip? We normally asks just after you've ordered the food, and it's like, well...
Can you?
Yeah.
That would have been completely obvious, but that's exactly what I expected to do, but I'd never seen that option.
So it's either Deliveroo, Just Eat, or Uber Eats. I'm not sure. It won't be Uber Eats.
I'm pretty sure Just Eat doesn't it?
I try Deliveroo then next time. Because
Okay.
it's all the same restaurants anyway.
I know it is, but I think I use Just Eat because they get kickback with Quidco, and so whatever. I've got no loyalty particularly. So I was just going to say though, on the PlayStation 2 product page, they're saying about how the motion controllers for the VR will have the same haptics, but when they lift a few examples, which makes sense, and then they talk about pulling back, you feel the arrow, the bowstring pulling back on you as you pull back, and I was thinking, yeah, but you don't.
Oh, come on! The index controllers can do the same damn thing.
Because they did make what was it called? The lab. When you pull back the bow, the pad went. It sort of went vibrating. It went it as you pulled the bow further and back, and it made a little sort of. It was kind of like a bowstring going a bit taut. But if you were to do
that makes sense.
Yeah.
But that makes sense because you're pulling the controller back, right?
Yeah.
Right. But this is talking about the triggers, as far as I can tell, right? Which makes sense when you're, I don't know, firing a gun, but you don't use your index finger to pull back a bow and feel it stretch against your index finger. That's not how you fire a bow and arrow, is it?
Don't you? I know. That sounds right. Use two fingers.
Well, kind of.
Well, no, you don't just pull the whole string back across its full range with just your index fingers.
Don't you?
That's what I'm getting at.
I don't know.
No, because your index finger only moves an inch, doesn't it?
Finger?
You move your arm.
Oh, right, yes, see. But if the trigger's pushing against it by your arm... Come on, remember the song? Your arm bone's connected to your finger bone. That's probably one of the lines. So, kind of.
I suppose, yeah. Well, maybe I'm prejudging it, and actually the effect that you get by your index finger being pulled will be quite convincing when you're in VR, because you never know, what VR's like. It can affect you in surprising ways.
Yes. No, I would like to see that PlayStation haptics tech being used more, because it is the PlayStation stuff's good, the Oculus stuff is good, and Sony will take the next.
I don't think it's underutilized. I mean, like it's in Wreckfest, it's pretty good, for example.
No, I want other people to use it. I want to see it more in other bits of hardware.
Yeah.
But Sony obviously are they? It's like the DualShock. Now, was it the DualShock they tried to claim? Now, hold on. It was another company that had the Rumble patent somehow, and I think Microsoft just quietly paid up and went, ugh. And then I can't remember now, because Sony, I think, were trying to avoid paying up for the patent. Nintendo did, and everyone went, but Nintendo invented this. It was called the Rumble Pack. Like Nintendo is the prior art. What is wrong with our patent system? Answer everything. But yeah,
Sorry, who was it? Was it like Immersion or someone like that?
it was some unknown company were trying to extort, shall we say, the larger companies for money for Rumble. And I think Microsoft just paid up, just went, it's just not even worth it, sure, whatever. But I think Sony went, fuck off. Because obviously that was the thing about the DualShock. That's what it meant. It's got 2 motors in it. But it's, an eccentric weight is it's what many people determine to be an obvious invention. There was another big patent case very recently where I think it was Apple dismissed something saying that's an obvious invention, which I want to see a lot more of in patent sort of circles, because patents piss me off.
Yeah, the haptics in the DualSense are fairly chunky linear actuators rather than eccentric motors. So
Really?
yeah, they're not spinning weights.
In 4, you mean? I mean, DualShock, the original ones were spinny weights.
Yeah, and all they could do was basically, you could just sort of set the speed, couldn't you? Run the speed up and down.
Well, you could have a small vibration in your left palm or a big vibration in your right palm.
Yeah, oh, that's right. They just had 2 levels, but they weren't very responsive.
No, they were. You could spin them at any speed you wanted, but the left-hand pokey bit had a small weight in it, and the right-hand pokey bit had a large weight in it. So you could determine whether you wanted a bzz or that's the noise it made it.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you ever get the res?
I did. I lived with you when I got the trans vibrator.
I never saw it. I've never seen it. I was going to say in the flesh.
No, it was weird, because I actually went ha, yeah, because we all know the very famous review where the nice pretty lady shoved it down the front of her pants. Very famous. But I was genuinely curious what they thought you should be doing with it, because I'm like, they obviously didn't sell it as a sex toy. But the weird thing was, I found a interview with the guy, and I've forgotten his name, he's got a Japanese name, who did it, and he was like, you can put it wherever you want, in your shirt pocket, or on the back of your neck. Putting a 12-volt vibrating motor on the back of your neck is not a particularly pleasant experience, I found out when I tried it. But what they expected you to do was to pop it under your chair, so under the cushion of your wherever you were sitting.
Yeah,
so
you sit on
the
it.
chair
That's
would
clear,
vibrate.
yeah.
Yes, I was like, makes more sense now.
I mean, if it was going to go in shirt pockets, I'd definitely want 2 of them. One for each nipple.
What, you don't have 2 shirt pockets? Was it a weird shirt you wearing?
A double-breasted one.
Has 2 breasts.
Yeah, exactly. 2 nipples.
Do you?
Have I?
Yeah.
At least 2.
At least. You make it sound... Well, last time I checked, anyway.
Yeah, everyone's got nipples.
That's not true.
I think there's a connection between flipping the bird and shooting arrows. So
No. Pluck you, yes. We've heard them all. None of them are true.
So people did not disarm people from shooting arrows by taking off the middle finger.
No, because what they would do is they couldn't draw back the U bows, so they would remove, and that was referred to as plucking you. Hence the phrase "fuck you." Yeah, I've heard them all. None of them true. Nobody knows where the word "fuck" came from, and they definitely did not capture French bowmen and cut off one finger, and then send them back to the France to look up. It's just
It was 2 fingers.
yeah, it's just all completely apocryphal. Good story, not true.
But did the removal of the middle fingers happen?
No, you would just kill them.
It
You would-
seems like easy to check, but
did they cut fingers off? Oh, there you go. Off English archer. There's an apostrophe in the word archer, so that annoys me. The middle finger does not derive from a mutilation of English archers at the Battle of Agincourt in 1514. It actually goes all the way back to ancient Rome. As I said, I've heard this story. It's a great story. It is. It's just not true.
If I had to guess, I'd say the middle finger is obscene because it's the longest one.
It's also rather phallic, apparently.
Well, if you're going to put it up something, you know, it's going to have the best reach.
Follow us for more facts.
Unsubscribe!
so middle finger is a way of disarming archers.
Well,
By sticking it up their bum.
I mean, it is a way of disarming archers. It's just that no one ever did that. It's just not a thing that happened. As I said, it's a great story, but in practice, you don't capture the archer, cut off their finger, and then send them back. The idea was...
And wonder why they still shoot at you 9 more times.
Well, the idea was that they couldn't then wield a bow, so then there'd be a drain on the enemy army, blah, 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 blah. It's just... Sadly, and I do mean it, it is sadly not a true story. It's just a good one.
I don't know where the bird comes from, though, do you?
Rome. Some historians trace its origins to ancient Rome. But yeah, if you Google, it's just constantly. Yeah, it made no military sense whatsoever for the French to capture the English archers, then mutilate them by cutting off their index and middle fingers and then sending them back. It just doesn't. You just kill them.
Yeah, it's the sending them back bit that's not very believable, isn't it?
If you're gonna keep prisoners of war, then keeping them disarmed might make sense.
Yeah, but you didn't in the 14th century. You killed them and possibly ate them. I'm not so sure on the eating bit, but
Because the fingers are a particular delicacy.
But that's
Especially
not
of the archers.
Yeah, so tender.
I don't suppose we happen to have graphite or diamonds on the planetary network. Oh, we do.
Talking about planets getting
I'd
goodbye.
love to set up some of that.
We do actually have graphite, so that'll help.
Enjoy making your sphere, or whatever it is you do in that game.
Or actually, we've just written the word lockdown in letters.
Space.
Letters bigger than Saturn. It's taking a while. I haven't even thought about our production, by the way. We've probably
Have you made a Dyson? Yeah.
no, we just written the word lockdown.
Is that what you're supposed to do in that game?
You can do whatever you like.
Yes.
Henry says yes. So that's our Dyson sphere as it stands. It's not complete yet. It's about the orbit of, I'll say, Saturn, roughly.
So, to what degree do the when a Dyson sphere is being made, does it have to be symmetrical at all, or can you just start at one end and work across? Can it be like a half a dome at some point?
In theory, in reality, you'd probably have to keep it very balanced, but you'd start by orbiting 2 spaceships either side of the sun, and then at more and more cardinal points, but you'd have to connect them. You'd have to keep it, the mass, in the middle. I guess
That's the thing, isn't it? Are they connected?
In
'Cause I thought it was just a
Dyson
form of
spheres
satellite.
are. Dyson swarms aren't.
Oh, okay.
I mean, in our game, no, because I wrote the word lockdown in the sky because it's a computer game. But in practice, you would have to either expend... I guess you do have unlimited fuel and energy at that point. So I guess it's probably not too much of an issue just to keep the sphere in position through ion thrusters. That is a real thing. Don't give me that face.
If you're in orbit, you don't even need power in order to stay around.
You do, once you have something that goes all the way around the sun and isn't exactly symmetrical. because it's then an eccentric weight.
But you could disconnect the thing and it would not like fall up or down.
Yes, but once you've got a complete circle, at that point you need to remain thing.
It's the poles that can't keep the orbit benefit, but you can get the ring and it doesn't need to support its own weight.
Yeah, but only if the ring is symmetrical. If it's not symmetrical, it will be eccentric, and then its center of spin will no longer be in the middle. Its center of spin will be it will just, I'm wibbling. It will just wibble. It won't be spin. If it's a ring spinning around the sun, you know, it's spinning. That's fine. But once you put some weight that's off center, it will no longer be spinning around the sun. It will be like a hula hoop movement.
There's also a weird thing where, the weight below you is almost sorry, is the weight below you or the weight above you is not important, because it's sort of, you have it equals out to mean that there's no actual gravitational attraction, so they basically become unstable if it's an actual ring. So it will basically what's the right word? Orbit itself into the star.
Yes.
Spin itself into the star.
Yeah, because the centre of mass is not in the middle anymore, and then it will start to wibble. It will act much like a hula hoop. I mean, I can build you one if you like, Jack. I can actually build one of these in Unity and spin it round, and then I can add a little bit of weight and spin it again. You'd watch it oscillate worse and worse and worse. But if you are capturing some/all of the power from the sun, you should be able to, at that point, continually apply energy to keep it in position.
Mm-hmm.
Unrelated, if anyone, I could do diamonds. What kind of
I
diamonds?
did see some around here somewhere.
No. I mean, I'm now using diamonds in the hundreds per minute. I could do with more.
But it's not gonna be much energy. And can't you use the material integrity to keep the poles in place?
No, because if it's a sphere that is perfectly symmetrical and has no abnormalities in its weight distribution, it will spin fine. But as soon as you do, it will then oscillate around its center of mass, which is not the same as its orbit, and that will just cause horror. So you would need to continually apply energy to keep it accurate. I mean, I don't know how much a Dyson sphere would weigh, so I don't know whether or not you have to be like a million tons out or something.
Also, technically, the poles of the Dyson sphere aren't orbiting; they're just having to be supported from the sides.
And actually, it wouldn't weigh anything.
Well, actually, it would. Sorry, how much mass would that have? Fuck off.
Exactly.
I'm just sitting over here completely humored, listening to everybody say, "Well, actually."
Actually.
Unironically.
Well, actually,
So it would
we
be.
need more plums in our voices, I think.
It would be 1.82 times 10 to the 26 kg. Brilliant. So 10 to the 26 is a very, very big number. Why do it in kilograms? So what's that? 10 to the 24th tons?
23rd. I think it was 26.
How heavy is the Earth? Okay, so we're talking about something about 10,000 times the weight of the Earth.
Not very heavy then.
That's heavy as your mum.
I wasn't going to comment, but
Well, everybody else does. Everyone can see her.
everyone orbits her. Wait.
I forgot what I was going to say.
Your mama is so big that Dora World orbits it.
See, the joke is, for those of you playing at home, that Yamama is the name of our gas giant.
And Dora, wait, what?
And Dora World is where we are.
Right, I've got to go and kill pirates in Zenith.
Have fun.
Yarr.
Oh,
So what was it that you were needing?
Diamond.
Diamonds.
So you need
Forever.
Timberlight ore?
In that, yeah. I mean, you might as well make the diamonds and send me the diamonds. Because kimberlite ore has no other purpose other than diamonds, does it?
No, it doesn't.
So yeah, I mean, I'm working backwards through the chain of failure for our little green things.
It's not going to be particularly big, is it? That one's full.
I do wonder if I should shove the diamonds into there. Why don't I do that? Instead of shoving it out, we'll shove it in, and then just let's do that. And then this won't supply diamonds. It will. You'll supply diamonds, and the other end will request
It
them.
will insert them.
Oh my. Well, I won't delete that yet before I, so I can make sure I haven't done a boo-boo. I'm afraid I'm about to ruin something for you all. You know the little particle containers? Is it just me, or do they look like little screaming mouths? Like a tube with a oh, I suppose I can see it as a tube with a frowny robot eye, but I just see screaming mouth with a little tongue in it. Alright.
I was seeing something more horrible on that, so I will refrain from commenting.
Oh, is our research done? Bloody hell. How much we got? Yeah, about 900 whites for the next one. So not very. I do wish this game had planetary gates and stargates, though.
That'd be pretty cool.
I want to just walk in one and just walk to the other side of the planet. Definitely. And then you could label them, so you could just label your areas. Where is... this way somewhere. We have another diamond creating thing. Alright, so those diamonds are all for those diamonds are all for proliferation. Lost it again. Somewhere there is a massive conveyor line that I'm going to remove and convert into... I found it? Yes, I have. It's daytime, which is what... Cool. Okay, so this thing is now supplying diamonds, and for some reason has 0 of them in stock, because that's not how it works. So let's just start that off. Incidentally, Henry, did you watch Wu Assassins?
I might have. Is that Netflix?
It's a Netflix series, yeah. Well, if you have, you may be excited to know that there is a film sequel coming out. It was quite an enjoyable series overall. It was quite, some good kung fu and things. The funniest bit was the end, because basically they wrapped it all up, and in the last 45 seconds or so were, wait a moment, it's all going wrong again, and now there has to be a second season. But it was so obviously tacked on as just in case we get a second season. But there's a film coming out next month that is a film-length sequel to it.
Right. I'll have to watch that completely.
I was quite surprised John wasn't in it, because it is literally 100% Chinese gangsters. It's literally Chinese. And I'm surprised he didn't just turn up as thug number 3 or something.
Yeah.
It's so odd. John is the loveliest person I think I've ever met, and just plays all these
I'm landing on a planet.
horrendous people.
Oni!
Okay, so I've removed Schalke's horror and replaced it with a state-of-the-art logistics system, which hopefully works.
If state of the art is not working, then we have much trouble.
Schalke, have you bought literally any new product in the last 5 or 10 years? I mean, I'm guessing the answer is
Must
yes.
have.
Would you say that state of the art is particularly good these days? I mean, bear in mind, I'm quite excited about it, but I do have to patch my car tonight. The future is stupid. I feel we could do a YouTube series just on the future is stupid.
I don't know, you might be on bleeding edge.
Oh, I am nowhere near brave to opt into Tesla's bleeding edge. A lot of people do, and there's that. So this is the thing, on the full self-driving in the new vision stack, a Tesla drove into something. It basically took a corner a bit sharp and just slightly bonked into a bollard. It's like that's why it's not been released yet. Yeah, they do a beta version, and it's interesting because they give you a safety score, and people get very angry because their safety score is low. A lot of people don't seem to realise that the Tesla safety score has nothing to do with you. It's talking about where you live. Basically, they're rolling out the self-driving beta where possible to people in quiet rural areas that don't have enormous amounts of like high-speed traffic or whatever. So that's where they test it first, and then as the new version progresses, they roll it out to less and less safe areas. Well, hopefully we've now got some more of those things that we've got that we like. Oh, did we actually tear up all of the crystal generation? Blimey, that's... Yeah, I guess it's safe to do so. It feels like a terrible idea to get rid of that, just in case we need the old one, but I'm not really sure why we would.
Oh right, that's what I was gonna start mining that stuff.
Oh no, we are mining it. We're mining organic crystals somewhere times lots.
Okay.
But we are. Well, it's on another star system.
Golden Shower has some going on. And the planet that I'm on now also has.
At least you haven't called the planet like Ocean of Piss or something like that.
Water sports. Wait.
Well, it is called Golden Showers already, so...
Yeah, that was kind of my...
Gotta have your liquid gold from somewhere.
Are you receiving optical grading crystals yet?
Yes, because that's the ones that we need for the fancy... I am from somewhere, yes. It's a shame that every object doesn't even store where it came from. It'd be nice if you could say optical grading crystals, click, shipped in from... blah, 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 blah.
Let me see here.
Like in your inventory, I mean.
Control T.
I'd be very surprised if the mod actually could cope, because obviously your client doesn't have the whole everything.
It was worth a try.
You can probably tell anything you've actually seen, and probably if you started up by visiting everywhere, it would work. But your client hasn't seen most of the universe. I could probably run it, possibly. There's an awful lot of oil we're not using here. That's good. That means that we're not using the oil for stuff anymore.
Do you need more oil?
Well, eventually. At the minute, no. So we've hooked up everything on Dora World, as far as I'm aware. all of the oil is all hooked up, and it all just runs down one massive pipeline. So it will drain, but that is going to be a very, very long time away. And our, I don't know, what is these? Titanium crystals no longer require oil because they run off of titanium and organic crystals, which is from a planet somewhere. And we are getting optical gratings.
Need to come back to Dora World.
Well, the new mod, I mean, for you, it should be a tiny hiccup. I'm going to save that and grab a drink, though.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, I did actually send the guy a copy of our actual world so he could test it and work against that. So that is good. I used to get people to go, my world runs slow in Fortresscraft. I just say, send me your world, and I optimize their world, which, because sometimes people would very specifically do crazy things. Anyway, I'll pop it on the map, and I'll be back in a bit.
Approaching Dora World.
Is it fine to erase litter?
Probably. But I don't know.
Nobody cares.
No, I don't.
Done.
Oh, some graphene. Oh, nanotubes. Poop.
To a degree, I shall actually be a little sad if and when they, if they add in combat, because one of the things we've talked about before is genuinely how few computer games don't feature any violence at all. And this is one of them, and it's actually unusual. Like, say Max was struggling. I mean, anybody name me a game with no violence in it, and name me a mainstream game with no violence in it becomes particularly difficult. It's telling me it's a vein here. Don't know where.
Yeah, the power model is kind of wonky, because if you only get like 10% of your power thing, then it refuses to go forward at all.
What doesn't go forward, sorry?
Like if you have 5% of your power needs, then that's as good as having 0. You have to be about 10 or 20 in order for it to roll forward.
Well, don't forget, 5% is 1/20th of the power you need. Everything will move, but you need to go and start making solar panels.
It won't. It won't.
Huh? Yeah.
It says overloaded and nothing works.
No. I was fiddling with it earlier because I was on a planet with not enough power, and it just runs stuff slower. Like, very slowly.
Until it gets to a certain point, and then everything stops.
I would have thought it wouldn't. Like, if you're in delivering 1,000ths of the power, everything will move at 1,000th the rate. The problem is that it delivers all the power completely equally. It doesn't have any concept of moving power the way that Fortresscraft does. So everything suffers. You don't get some machines running it flat out and some machines off. Oh, so the Echo says if it drops below 20%, then it actually turns off. I was not aware of that. That is a horrible situation then, in that case. What are you at? Oh, we're out of antimatter. Oh, not create. We don't create much antimatter at night, by the way, only during the day. Oh, it is daytime, yeah. Now, once I've got the graviton lenses up more, those in, can't hurt. Use you.
Did thingy not CRISPR not remove that then?
There was the tiniest little weird noise that I used my bat ears to work out was a burp.
Yeah.
And we do have quite a field of these. I don't really want to have to work out pushing in photons into them. I'd rather we had them on a tidal lock planet and they were sent here. But that's going to be that's our current limit. We're actually creating this slower than purples? No, that can't be right. I think we create a lot of them during the day and many, many, many less at night. Oh, of course, there is an eclipse going on right now. Oh, actually, that doesn't affect it, does it? Possibly hot singles could do a better job of generating photons. Oh, product stacking. Malcolm. Hang on. That was not connected. Oh, Malcolm has done it. Malcolm didn't connect it. I'm going to just... Any more? Oh, I was hoping he'd fucked up loads, but he's only fucked up 2. Ah, that's rather cool. It's like walking down a little orchard of rays. Well, that's 2 more, I suppose. I think it's the wrong time of year, and I think they're barely getting any. Actually, we're just at night time. Except the 2 that got graviton lenses, which do continue to work.
We are at winter, so
Yeah, but where I am might be winter, but where you are might not be.
I can see from the stream that you are in winter.
I am in winter, but you said we. We may not be in winter, but I am. What? Well, yeah, sort of, I suppose. I am going to grab these. It's a shame we don't we haven't got Max or someone, so I can just farm out this task as a nice atomic task. Do this. Don't worry about that. Just do that. What are you up to anyway, Henry?
Right now, trying to hook up a few things on, well, yak shaving.
Gap shaving?
Yeah, if you've not heard of that.
To me, gap means generic automatic assembler in Fortress Craft.
No,
so...
yak, as in the furry animal.
No.
There's a Ren and Stimpy thing where... Was it Ren and Stimpy?
Ren and Stimpy is a thing?
I don't know if this was on Ren and Stimpy or whether it was on something else, but the principle is that you aim to try and do one thing, then you realise, actually to do this I need to do this other thing. Then to do that you realise, I need to do this other thing.
Yes.
So it just kind of, you're on the sort of the 5th or 6th task to do that first one.
Yep. I mean, that's literally this game. That's literally it.
Yeah.
Because you basically what happens, you then complete it going, cool, I've now crafted 24 circuit boards. Brilliant. Why was I doing that again?
Yeah.
And then you have to sort of work your way all the way back down the chain of what even am I doing? Anyway, so I'm going to pull in some of these here. I'm kind of tempted to start. The problem I have is I finally think this will just fill up to 100. I don't really want to... We don't have anywhere near that level of lens. Now, each one does last quite a long time, which is good, but it will take 100. So we have to have a lot of them to fill them up. So I will do that, because we are limited on those, on our photons, graviton lenses. Now what I can do, if I make this less efficient, what's the longest I can go? I think that's the longest. Henry, I don't suppose you are necessarily interested, but I will be at Donington on the 26th of February. A friend of mine is taking his race car there, and I have said I am not going to take my Tesla on the racetrack in February.
Huh.
But there are places left if you're like, ooh, Donington in February. This is the last cheap session. The next sessions are the next tier of pricing upwards, because it will probably be nice weather. Welcome to track days in the UK. He's the one that does the Renault Clio professional racing.
Right.
They did ask me along, and I was like, yeah, I really want to, but it's expensive.
I think I've got something on that weekend, unfortunately.
Well, don't say I didn't offer. I also have
no worries.
I have a stone chip on my car as well.
Already?
Well,
Tesla?
yeah, on the Tesla.
Oh.
You can get a stone chip 6 seconds after you start driving the car. That's just...
Yeah. Well, I know you can, but it's sort of like, damn it.
Yeah, I'll send a picture.
Ah.
Yeah, there you go. So I have emailed them going, I think I know the answer. And is there anything you can do? Now, the good thing is, what it didn't do was go through the paint. And that was the point of this. So it went through the wrap. And there's my worry is that little hole is going to get bigger. The big problem is it's the front bit. And to replace that would also involve replacing the number plate. So I have emailed them just saying, is there anything you can do? So it might just be no, and I'll be like, right, well, I'll wait till it gets worse, then I'll replace the whole front bit and get it PPF wrapped, because just that front bit is probably, a couple of £100 or something, however much it will be. So, but so the unless I get another stone chip in exactly the same place, it has protected the paint underneath. Touch wood.
Mm-hmm.
So sad times. Is it 20? Oh, it's 20. I thought it took more. Anyway, that's all I've got. So we don't have anywhere near the lenses to really do much more than that. And the reason we can't have more lenses was down to... hello, Dora. Well, now we're at...
Diamonds.
Diamonds it is all right, but I've no idea where I'm tapping the diamonds from. So... it might be just a very small thing, so it's not a reliable...
Are you worried about coal? Because there's 28 million on this planet.
There's 6 billion coal left on Dora World, so not really. I mean, a graphite source would be good. That's all we use coal for, isn't it? I think.
Could be.
Oh, if I click on... Oh, I can't see coal in this list. How annoying. So our limiting factor on more... Oh. Is it just more crafting machines? Oh, that's a nice thought. Well, let's make this smaller. It's neater. Diamond is used in the creation of graviton lenses, which are used in the creation of warpers and green science cubes. So yeah, that's an ongoing use for the entire rest of the game, because warpers.
Alright, getting off hot singles.
It's a shame we can't have a few more options in planetary generation, because it'd be kind of fun to have to skip all the interstellar bit and just have everything on the one solar system of like 50 planets.
Landing on hot singles.
I think that's a balancing issue with the game.
Yeah, but I should be able to choose that.
On hot singles.
It would definitely be easier, but not necessarily. It would definitely be easier. So 100% definitely easier. But that should be my decision. I want the game to be easy. I want the game to be ultra challenging. It would just be cool because then I would actually get to. I'd spend a lot more time on different planets, whereas right now, I'm just struggling to keep up with Dora World's.
There is a resource multiplier, so you can tone it down and you need to expand faster, or your planets run out faster.
That sounds just like making it worse. Surely you're running the risk there of running out of resources, and essentially running out of warpers, not being able to do...
So what was you thinking on what would push you off world if not the resources running out?
I mean, what this one could do with is the special items. They're not special enough, or rather, the unspecial items are a bit too easy. So it's all well and good that Esme is going to be sending us diamonds from whatever it's called, I forgot.
Elsewhere.
But there's not a lack of coal in the universe, so it's not like, oh wow, and it's not as if they're a huge pain in the ass. It'll definitely be better, obviously, but it's not like, oh thank goodness we've finally got a source of diamonds that isn't that. So I think they should push more towards the special items a lot more, but probably not by making the special items better, but by making the other stuff a lot worse. But I have a funny feeling now, early access or not, if they start balancing stuff, people are going to get pissed. Wait, 50 planets in one solar system blows your RAM. Do you think the planets in the other solar system are not in memory? Because I think fine they are. Because they're simulating. I mean, I guess it might be generating some textures for them, but I do have quite a lot of RAM. But there's no way I'm going to start running mods that are radically changing what the game is and a multiplayer mod. But it's this sort of thing that the devs should add in as a creation option. You know, average planets per solar system, high, medium, low. Ridiculous. None. Well, I guess none is not a very good option, is it? So you need that, and to offload to but yeah, it'd be much better really if we were being sent a bazillion graviton lenses from another planet rather than me doing what I don't really want to do, which is to make more production on Dora World, which I just have because needs must the devil drives. Also, the satellite stations are brilliant, and anyone who still uses Tesla towers is taken away and shot. It's so much nicer, so much neater.
I thought the area increase was not worth the extra cost.
Cost is irrelevant. I've got plenty. Well, I've got 5 left. But 5 of those is like 10 Tesla towers. It's just neater.
Oh, I need to build bloody logistics vessels, damn it.
You have to build what, sorry?
Logistics vessels, where are they? Have we got a stash of them anywhere?
I think
Don't. We have a supply of the big thruster engines.
what on this planet.
I might have started the automation of that, but now I've forgotten where it was. Oh, it's here.
Oh, what, right next to me. Huh?
So we have about 400
Where are
logistic vessels
Where are you,
at
Shadow?
compute in.
On my screen, you're inside me.
I am at Golden Waterfall.
Oh, that's confusing. I should let Max know in case he's like, oh. Yeah, pardon me, you're inside me.
I'm not Pandora World.
Yeah, I know that, but that's not what the game thinks. Hence why I would let Max know.
And I grabbed all the already logistic vessels.
They're not too bad to make them, are they, Henry? It's the engines that are a pain. It's the they're not bad. It's a bunch of fancy
Yeah.
what's it called? Titanium alloy.
Dimensions. Yeah.
It's titanium. The thing is, you've got to. There are not all planets you can do it on because it requires titanium alloy, which you cannot handcraft, and requires a production facility, and acid. Well, okay, so we now have a ton more graviton lens production, but I now think we're about to run out of strange material. Strange
matter.
That's the one. Is it strange matter? Yeah.
Strange brew.
It's not that strange.
Ordinary matter has up and down quarks, but then there's charm and strange quarks, which make different generation of matter. Playing sci-fi games is much funner when you know the technobabble or the real-life counterpart of it.
Yeah, but more importantly, we don't have enough of it. Now, it's quite a production chain to get to strange matter, unfortunately. It requires deuteron fuel rods? No. Why are we creating the deuteron fuel rods then? Well, okay, that seems to be really rather backed up. That just goes down here. Oh, that's for space.
If you request some diamonds from the planetary thing, you might get some more.
Ooh. I do need to have a few interplanetary stations that don't do anything other than request remotely and supply
Locally.
locally. Yeah, I can just do it here then. It's a shame the names don't sync though. Remote request local supply exclamation mark hashtag Jimmy drop tables. Now this one will need to request warpers, and I will limit it to 100 so it doesn't just drag all the warpers from the whole bloody universe here. Local demand and local supply remote. See, I've worked out what the oh god, that's a lot on the. I have worked out what they mean, the local and the remotes, and once you've worked it out, it's fine. But it's like the storage hoppers in Fortress Craft. Someone was complaining about them earlier, and I said that the text is written from the point of view of the storage hopper. So when it says add only, it means only add to the storage hopper, not only add to the thing storage hopper is connected to. And they're like, oh. Anyway, I am requesting 18,000 diamonds. I don't think it used any warpers, so I'm slightly confused where they're coming from.
They use warpers from the source.
No. Yep.
There's some on Dora World.
No, this is local supply remote demand, so this is somewhere other than Dora World.
Sorry, I mean there was some on mine hot singles, not adorables, hot singles.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, because I don't need warpers for that. Perfect.
It's not a huge amount though. But trying to build a diamond processing facility.
Ah, thank you.
Maybe.
Thank you, Daggershot. That's an excellent idea. I should proliferate my graviton thing.
I'll be right back.
I'm a bit torn whether there should be a centralized thing to make the intermediate products, or whether there should be one main product and the support line for that to be done on that planet.
If it's genericized, then it means that as the resources on that planet run out, they can just be given back from somewhere else. I am proliferating the production of the lenses, I hope. Oh, whoops. I mean, I thought I was until you said that, and suddenly I'm not so sure. I mean, I don't know if this does anything to it at all. And we won't find out for quite a long time. Oh, hold on, let's say. Oh yeah, they get max output. Like, max output? It's very confusingly done, the photon generation, because it's going about max output, which obviously isn't really a thing. If used in ray receiver, the maximum output could be further increased. Yeah, but specifically... Yes, but this is my point. This says max output 420 megawatts. That's cool, but I'm doing photon generation. So what's the effect in photon generation mode? I mean, it requests 3 times as much power. Oh, so this is a bug, right? When you have a stack of different sorts, it uses some sort of weird average of the stack. Because I've only done level 3 proliferation. It was showing level 1. Here it's showing level 2 proliferation. So I assume there are a number of 1s and 2s in that stack somewhere. So a number of 0s and 3s. Because obviously... It's showing a 2. If I split it in half, that's a 3 and a 2. Split it in half, 3 and a 2 and a 2. Keep splitting. There you go. Nope, nope, still 2s. How are there rank 2 ones in this? This is not possible, is it? I had this in single player, and I'm like, I think it might be a bug. But these are, you can see here, 3, 3, 3. These are all 3s. There are no 2s anywhere. There should be no 2s anywhere. And yet here is a 2. I hope you can actually see that on the screen. The little, very tiny arrows.
I was wondering what that was because I haven't done any proliferation in single player yet, and yet I have an item in my inventory with one of those arrows.
To be fair, lots of stuff has been proliferated. But my point was, these photon lenses are proliferated on arrival. Now, is that true? Probably. Quite a high percentage. Oh no, never mind, there we go. They are arriving. We're arriving with a single stack proliferation on them. That doesn't seem very sensible. But we were saying 1s and 2s and 3s on that. Yeah, we should be proliferating everything. Everything should have level 3 coating applied. No ifs, no buts, everything. It's just that it's not a simple thing to just go click done. So we don't have enough strange matter, so I may have to do that. Do we have a spare? Oh, we have a spare slot on this tower. Yeah, they go in there. I mean, unless they are actually going in and out and in and out. I don't think they are. Oopsie. And then coming out here. Oh, I'm not why am I not proliferating these? I meant to. And I thought I was. Oh. They arriving? Those are arriving proliferated or accelerated. To not. I wish the spray coater had the logistics info just kind of inbuilt. Wait, did I? No, that's not what I meant to do. Well, I thought they were being proliferated anyway. Ugh.
Are we doing any research at the moment?
No, because we have got fuck all whites. How many whites have we got? 2,500 whites is all we've got.
Do we have resources for a flight upgrade?
Light upgrade?
Yeah, I'm maxing out at 2 kilometers per second.
Oh, wait, you don't mean
Sail, I guess.
Wait, no, yeah, no. Sail doesn't get any further upgrades. I can upgrade the interstellar speed, or the running around speed. Which actually I should do that one because that's purples, and that's purples. It's really greens we're short on. Yeah, the sail speed doesn't go up. I think you're supposed to start in system warping, I suppose.
But that doesn't help within this. I guess, yeah. I guess you
Let me
can
check
trade
the
warp
guides.
for that.
There's a guide that tells you how to reach 3,000 to get that achievement.
Oh, okay. Is it not just a gravity dive?
Oh, you can go past max with the gravity pulls.
Oh. Wait, what? What do you mean need resource? Oh, right. It's saying there's an iron vein here, and I can't work out where it is. It says need resources. That's really annoying. 3 iron veins with basically nothing in them. I can't see them. Vein restore. Laying foundation can restore the buried veins. There could be no buildings in the restoration, otherwise the function will be invalid. What? Anyone has any great ideas on how I find these 3 veins? Answers in the postcard. Yeah, so I am now beginning to not tear up, that sounds quite dramatic, but just demolish some veins, lines that have been exhausted. It just says need resources. It doesn't. I assume it would go from need resources to cannot build. I can't find any spot where it's happy to do that. Where was this going? Anywhere of note? Ah, yeah. So all of this is now gone. Now this is the thing. Was this a primary provider of something important or not? Because that provides these rings, which create these, which goes into there. Yeah, you see. Interconnectedness of all things, which goes across all the way over here, which creates these motors. So, yeah.
I kind of have good supply on rings, but I don't know the interstellar capacity for that.
On greens?
Them. Rings.
Ring.
The copperless and copper full rings.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that this supply is your supply. Like, I am going to feed
you could try to remove it and go from the interstellar supply.
Of... Only if this doesn't split off into multiple things, which... Okay, so that was iron on. That pistol's gone to sleep because... Product stacking. Alright, that... Okay, so if I empty that and that, and it goes into here... So what you're saying, it looks like in this case, it just went iron, rings, coils, and then over to magnetic turbines. But you're saying I should be able to request coils off of the... I can. Awesome. Again, and I'm going to keep whining about this until developers fix it. It's really annoying that there is absolutely zero way I can tell if there is this material being sent through to Dora World. Like, there's just not... I mean, I assume this is what Esmir's logistics mod would do. Because right now, this is working, but I don't know where these are coming from. Are these coming from another planet? Does it just happen to be somewhere else on this world? Nobody knows. I'll come back to that in a minute. Why is this not moving?
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what LSTM is, what it does.
Well, this one's out of cogs because this is out of... Why? That says demand. Oh, whoopsie. No one put a filter on it. That should all wake up now. I just grab a stack of cogs and shove them in. And there, right? That should all wake up, which means that these should start to... So let me get rid of that one for a moment. Expecting these to... Product stacking. Why are you stuck? Because you don't have any... Oh. You don't have any level 2... Was this a manually fed level 2? Alright, that's supposed to craft there. And you're out of turbines because you're out of electric motors because you're out of cogs. Oh, I've got some cogs in your mates, not you. Let's put some cogs in you. There we go. So for the want of a something or other, the something or other was lost. Well, let me mark that as... Incident, do your memos work between runs? So are your memos that you set on previous runs still there? In before I'm the only person that uses memos.
Runnings of the game?
Yeah, like is it serializing and storing and retransmitting all of your memos?
I haven't used them much.
Wow.
I assumed they were broken.
They don't sync, but oh shit! I think we are doing further stuff. I don't think this is important because it's not moved like. That's generating circuit boards, which goes there, and then oh my word! I think what I might have to do is just bite the bullet a little bit as it clears down. Fix each of the things that's no longer relevant. Might not be too bad. You're still stacking, okay. Wow. So yeah, they got to get through their backlog. There's quite a backlog in there, so that's going to take a while. But all of this all jammed up, I don't know how many hours ago, because whoever set this up, it was me, didn't actually put a filter on the conveyor belt. Unless I was going to, but was going to do it after this. Can I not just feed that into there, like through it? Yeah, I totally can. Because that should, because it won't necessarily flow there. You don't have enough steel. You don't have enough. Oh wow. Oh. Well, this seems like an easy fix. 1, 2, 3. I don't know what's down there, but it's basically dead. If that's dead, basically dead. Get rid of it at full speed. See, that's running all these, which is running all that, which is filling up into here. You know, you said that we had lots of rings. Unfortunately, I think they were generated at the other end of the same iron line. So it may be that this one... Oh, this one is set to local demand, but isn't pulling off.
Ooh, matron.
Air matron. Just reminded of a film I've not seen in many years called One of Our Dinosaurs is Missing. I think it was by the Carry On film, but wasn't. I vaguely recall there was a thing. It was going to be a Carry On film, but something licensing, something. So it ended up being called One of Our Dinosaurs is Missing. Don't recall it being a very good film, but it just crossed my mind because I think it had Kenneth in it. It was about the same.
Dude, where's my dinosaur?
Yes, but more British. One of Our Dinosaurs, 1975. With Derek Nimmo, Hugh Bernard Bresslaw. A group of spirited British nannies become involved with a race with an inscrutable Chinese intelligence service. Ah yes, it was a different time, wasn't it? Don't think that man is Chinese.
Something tells me not.
I didn't know until recently the voice actor for Lo Wang is not Asian. I would say he was British. He's obviously not British. But I just assumed he was. Never crossed my mind he wasn't. Apparently people got very angry about this. And I was like, but he's a voice actor. It really doesn't matter what he looks like. He was a budding voice actor who happened to work for the team. And I was like, oh, just always assume they hired someone and didn't spend any part of my brain whatsoever wondering about his race. But there you go. Now you all know too. Oh, after the last Live for Speed, not Live for Speed, Wreckfest session, I took some photos of the motion rig in infrared, sorry, thermal imaging. It's so cool because the motors obviously get a bit warm, but the gas struts get warm as well because that's just obviously fun, and it's really cool seeing the gas struts glowing.
Like we're a bit sweaty.
No, gas struts, they work by reducing the flow through a fluid, usually oil, through a like a membrane. So as the plunger goes up and down, it has to displace the oil through a small thing, and obviously friction makes heat. But I've never crossed my mind that gas struts will get warm if you continually made them go up and down. But they did. Well, that's now tidied up. I'm not going to track down the other way yet, but now we're no longer making these magnetic rings. Here. But I'm pulling them off the network from somewhere else. I am concerned that these are asleep, but I'm not going to trace them back down right now. So I was doing something, and now my yak is completely covered in hair still. Could you not use, like Rimac or something on the yak though?
Possibly.
I mean, did Esmea say back in a minute and never came back? Because she said she was going to look up how to hit 3,000 meters a second.
Oh, I did.
Was it use the gravity
It's
guide?
you can't. Well, I mean, you can, but it's basically you got to do loops around a black hole.
Oh, okay. I do want to get that one, which requires this one. Fine, we'll do this one. We've got enough.
So you should only ever not be in warp while you're falling towards the black hole. And the moment that you get towards the black hole, you go into warp, and then you go in a loop, and then you come when you're looking at the black hole again, you leave warp again.
So
and eventually you'll hit 3,000.
So in, out.
Through the hole.
Through the hole. Shake it all about. That.
Yep, pretty much.
Almost surprised Shabby didn't try and quote me black hole then. You have seen Black Hole, right, Shauka? First ever Disney PG movie. Absolutely slammed at the time for all the sex and swearing and violence. No, it has none of these. It's a bit, what's the word? A bit grim. It's a bloody good film though. Great soundtrack. First soundtrack ever to be digitally recorded. And they
John Barry, who did
yeah.
Yep.
Mr. James Bond. Yeah, no, great soundtrack. Do you know the film, Esmea? Are you?
I absolutely do.
Do you? So I actually watched a fascinating documentary about it that explained a bit more about it. So apparently, they didn't have an ending. They sacked the director, and then everything you see at the end of the film, all the bits in hell and the angel planet or whatever the fuck's going on, was all done long time after the film was complete. It makes no sense. It's obviously just jammed on, and it's because they hadn't written that part, got rid of the director, and just went, oh, we'll just use a little bit of B-roll footage and some special effects. Here's the end of the film. Oh, is that the Malcolm in the Middle clip where he has to fix a shelf, and he ends up doing something completely wrong? He's like, I'm fixing the shelf.
Yep.
I told you, I have this bizarre knowledge of all things. It's just useless. Why can I not utilize this bizarre memory to be rich? Good, I can memorize. I can take one frame of a Malcolm in the Middle clip and work out what the scenario is for it. Very useful.
Make a trivia game, and maybe that would turn into money.
I'm not that good though. I don't think I could go on to Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. So the one thing I am good at is writing things, but without checking. I don't know if you saw that thing I wrote the other day about the disabled veteran who plays Fortresscraft, but I didn't even proofread it. I just wrote it. I went, and then I pasted it and read it back. I went, yep, cool. I can write quite long essays, and my brain automatically writes them with a nice flow, and I start off with a premise and then touch back on things and separate things into paragraphs and all that. But just in one go,
God.
it's just not a very useful skill unless I was a journalist, which I'm not. Not that I am looking to change career, but if anyone's got any great ideas on what I could do with these this particular set of special skills. I would like to research even more energy for our mech.
Yeah,
but
yes.
I'm also want to get stacked logistics centers, which are fucking OP. So they'll come out. Everything will come out of the.
It is so fucking good.
Yeah. And then we can get really, 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 really good logistics carriers, but we need a serious bump in our antimatter and green and purple generation. Actually, purple's not. No, purple's awful. Green is alright. Oh yeah, I was going to proliferate stuff. I forgot.
I eventually ran into the situation where the amount of antimatter that I was able to create was directly bound to the size and completeness of my Dyson sphere.
Oh yeah, I guess a bit. Well, you should have done a bigger sphere.
I ended up having to do that because by the time I was done fucking around with that planet, that one the stupid lettering and everything that I had requested people to request had it was death. And silly me, I didn't grab a screenshot. Sorry.
Ah.
No, I've added more to it.
Have you got anyone that makes ray receivers?
No.
Poopy.
Have you seen what I've done with array receivers on Matty or Hot Singles?
I'm on hot singles. It needs more power.
Okay.
So I guess it's Matty.
I'm on Hot Singles. Let me have a look. Oh, I can't see. Well, can you just check the polls? It's around one of the polls. I think it's on Matty.
Right. Should go look at Matty and maybe move some stuff around then. Yeah.
Like I put in so many around Matty. Bear in mind, I don't know if we have any spare power in our Dyson sphere.
That's the point. Geothermals.
Let me check.
Where are they?
Geothermals are cheap as chips. We are. Oh my god, we are requesting triple out of our Dyson sphere. So maybe I should retool my focus onto solar sails. Actually, Shaka, you promised me solar sails, didn't you?
Yeah, I have I have 4x2 storages. -1 full of solar cells.
On the Interstellar network.
Yep.
You heard it here first, folks. Not that I don't believe you, but I do have an interstellar power station. Oh, I guess it's not requesting warpers, is it? Oh no, it has 50 warpers. How does it have 50 warpers? Yeah, so Shaka, I have one here. Oh, hold on. We crank the demand up. Oh, right, there we go. Ooh, that's a lot of oopsie. Ooh, okay, stop. Bugger. I just cranked the number. It's just requested 10,000 solar sails.
Oh, build a solar. Oh wait.
Absolutely.
You should keep it quite high that the throughput stays good.
Yeah. It's. I think our issue is actually how much of the time we're in. Again, what we want here really is a environmentally friendly planet. What's it called? A tidal lock planet.
I found one.
Yeah, but we're in the same system where we all are.
Nah.
It's a little trickier to arrange. Oh, tell me that will fit.
What would you like this system to have?
Everything. Wait, no.
What, this one? I don't.
Nice hot shower.
I don't think we're at the technology where we can just move black holes to other solar systems, are we?
No.
Oh,
I don't think we can.
I remember I purposely slowed down our solar sail transmission because we were running out. But I have just requested 10,000 solar cells internationally, interplanetary, I think.
Stellary.
Interstellary.
Oh, these came back and they're loading up. And their turnaround time is quite a lot.
It's fine. I mean, I've got 10,000 in storage here. So they're already... Wait, hold on. I'm afraid we're going to overfill the storage because it looks like it just sent off 8 drones to get them from this planet and however many... Oh, no, I don't have any... They didn't have any interstellar ships. I've just put some on. So that must have been from your end.
Yeah.
No. I don't know. Anyway, in the morning...
Schalke has something on a tidal locked planet, and I've got a tidal locked planet in the system that I'm working in.
Yeah, tidal locked planet with a Dyson sphere is great for generating everything because you can always get it there. I'm pretty sure hot singles is also pretty Sorry, hot singles. Yeah, hot singles would be great because you should be able to put it so it can always see a part of the Dyson sphere. Though I don't know whether or not it actually focuses on a point in the Dyson sphere. I'm not 100% sure how that works. Because if I look here, like these ones can definitely see quite a lot of the Dyson
Oh, I know
sphere.
that the guns do, yeah. And there's a mod that makes it so that they can retarget anywhere along that line.
That should just be part of it. There you go.
I agree.
Started the fire. Hey, Max.
Hello.
Howdy.
That is so cool, though. Like, really, really, really cool. I bet that will help. We've now got a lot more solar cells being fired up because we are absolutely overextended ourselves with...
Ooh, solar cell just flew by me. On the planet. That was a bit scary. Oh.
I mean, I can make some more. I could definitely speed this up. You right there, Dora? Had a high-speed exit of Dora. I need a bunch more steel. But yeah, hopefully then, as each material runs on Dora World, I can just start to request the end material from people, in theory. So I may have to throw up some requests. Like, where's the steel? It's around here somewhere.
There's plenty of blue and green coils available.
Yeah, but I just want steel bars. I just can't remember the hell they are.
That's also I'm not less sure about that. Let me not say anything.
They're definitely around here somewhere. I think they might supposed to be in there. There's like there's whole just massive ghost areas now. But like I don't know whether or not I should pop down a... Because this here just seemed to smelt ore and then send the end results into there. So I get rid of that. We're not going to start re-smelting. Then this goes and it I don't know, goes onto this other thing, which then goes somewhere else. I'll ignore that for the moment. Or it goes down here and then goes into a splitter and then gets sent up to storage, or it goes here and turned into now this is probably a good one to get rid of because this ends up creating wind turbines, and I'm going to hazard a guess we've got between 50 and 100,000 wind turbines in storage. Probably, I feel that is a sufficient number of wind turbines. Ah, I see a steel icon.
There is never enough wind turbines.
Eventually, you'll use up all the wind.
You will never. Oh wait.
No, you would use up all the wind. That's definitely true. Although the sun does then make more wind. This game definitely does not have enough use of copper. We have so much copper just doing nothing. Like completely unused.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh why?
This planetary logistics station is requested. So I think we are now requesting far more iron ore on Dora than we are providing.
Right.
Are we just sending iron ore up space, or are we sending up coils and plates to space, and then I can just tear up everything to the plates and coils part?
Yes.
I've been adding quite a lot of stations.
In that case, I should be able to clear and reset that, because this just does smelting. This is just a storage area there.
Yeah.
A smelting area here, so it actually just wants them there. But yeah, as long as we probably should not be sending
This is sending iron ore.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't be
and iron ingots and magnets.
Iron ingots is perfect.
So there's 1,000 ingots and 1,000 magnets here. Waiting.
There does not appear to be any interstellar transfer of ingots though. But let me just get rid of this entire old smelting system, because this one just was a big smelting just to generate stuff. Oh, I can feel the load times going down. Not by a lot, probably. A similar thing in Fortresscraft, like each machine you built slowed the game down a little bit, like an infinitesimal amount. And so in theory, deleting machines will speed the game up, but the problem was that it took you 100 hours to get, or 1,000 hours to get to the point where the game was unplayably slow. So it probably take about 1,000 hours to get it back to being working again. Oh, there's a big conveyor belt here that I had deleted and I don't know where it went.
Uh-oh.
Well, there's nothing on it, so...
You're saying infinitesimal, but you're meaning small, finite amount.
I am. Infinitesimal. Does infinitesimal mean infinitely small?
Yes, infinitely, but you're meaning it in a finite way, that if you have a finite multiplier of it, it's gonna get to a finite value.
Well,
I've been using the word infinitesimally wrong. And yes, it's clear to join Max. Did you get the update?
Yes.
Yeah, so that should speed the joining
Only it
up.
doesn't like it. Mod version mismatch.
Then you did it wrong.
Yes.
So all you should be doing is copying, unzipping that pair of folders into the plugins folder of the Bepin X thing as before.
Wrong bloody folder, aren't I? Plugins is. Where?
You're overwriting the existing.
Yes, I can't remember where the folder was. I remember I did ask you to pin it, but I don't think it got pinned.
I don't think I did. You said it. If that helps for your search.
Yeah, I don't know how to search for myself. What do you from me? Oh, I can. Wait, look at that.
There's not button marks. What have I said? Okay, so it appears that having traced through, we are now requesting iron ingots here, sending iron ingots out, and then just going right back into a another planetary logistics station. So this whole thing might be about to disappear.
We created cycles then in our demand the ingots here, send them over here, put them back into space, and so it's a continuous cycle.
Well, the thing is, you can do that. You could actually end up bouncing resources back and forth between multiple places, but not the place where you pull it off at.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you requested stuff to hot
Amazing.
singles. Have I got it open? There we go. There you go. Obviously, your profile folder probably isn't called MP. It's probably got a sensible name.
No, I found it, it's right.
Cool.
I found the message.
Okay, so this one is doing something, but this one is local and remote supply of ingots. So if this one changes to remote, it's quite hard unpicking all of this. Now it looks like that. Yeah, that's the same thing.
Permission to join?
Yeah, all clear. Should be quite a lot quicker. Not that yours was the slow one, but I mean, Esmia joined in about a minute or so.
Ooh.
Onto Dora World, which is obviously freaking hell world. Interesting. Yours is about megabits. No, yeah, yours is about 3 megabits. Guess that's right. What they really need to do, as I said, is intercept some of the saving routines and then do them better. So as I bet you the game doesn't care. I bet you it has no concept of efficiently compressing storage containers, because when you're saving to the hard drive, who cares? The save file's 90 megabytes, I think. So what? Doesn't it's barely big enough to worry about. When it comes to transmitting on a network, suddenly 90 megabytes is a lot of data to shove up. Even more so when you have to just sit and stare at it. Did that work, Max?
Right, I'm in.
Yeah.
I believe I'm in Dora World.
I'll help you there.
Good.
I do have some. If you want to do your own thing, that's cool. If you want an atomic task that you could deal with, that would also be. I have one for you.
What's an atomic task exactly?
Self-contained tasks that doesn't require any sort of anything else.
Yeah, go for it.
On Dora World, there are a huge number of ray receivers on one part of the planet. They are all set to photon generation. There is a slow, emphasis on slow delivery of graviton lenses to about 3 of them. Please deliver graviton lenses to all of the rest of them. I started...
What's a ray receiver look like, by the way?
Big radar dish thing.
Right. So...
Basically, I started the task and then I'm like, I didn't have time to finish it.
I'm confused, sorry, what was I supposed to be doing with them?
Are you there? Have you found it?
Yes, I found one, yes.
Cool. Remote Demand
It's
local.
supposed to be set into. They're on power generation. One I found here says power
No,
generation.
no, you're looking
Push it.
for a lot. If you found one, you found the wrong one. You're looking for a lot of ray receivers. I don't know, like
Right.
I'll say 50, might be 20. It's quite a significant chunk of the planet when you find it. You can't miss it.
Right.
When you find it, you're like, I've definitely found the right spot.
Okay.
So that should now 10,000.
I've got a set of 4 here.
Nope, no,
More
not
than
4.
that.
But I'm talking 50 or 100. I'm talking a massive, yeah. I think he's just
Yeah.
found it.
Okay. 4 by 10. I've got about 40 here.
That sounds
Yeah.
like it.
That's it.
I wasn't messing around when I'm like, there's a lot.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Ah,
5,
there-
6,
Oh,
7,
hold on, I
8,
can't-
9.
I can't see you.
Yeah.
And there's a red stripe. Okay, yeah. So if you go to the other end, you'll notice I've started. The emphasis here, do not flood them in flat out because you have to sort of eke out a fairly minimal resource. So all the ones that come in are proliferated. And you can see on the other side it starts. We just need graviton lenses in all of them. So this is one of our...
Added into them.
Yeah. So
Okay.
on the way... If you go around see where they're being added in on the other side. Like that.
Well, they're like a fuel they consume.
Yes. But but you've got an in and an out, so it's actually quite easy. But yeah, just continue that
Oh, okay.
same sort of paradigm and connect them all up.
Righto.
Unfortunately, they glow slightly brighter when they've got a graviton lens in.
Right. I've just upped the storage because.
No. You see, don't do that. This
Why
is what
not?
I say, because you are now sucking away graviton lenses from the entire rest of the base. This has to trickle inwards, or we don't have enough throughput to overdo it yet. So you've got enough. They consume
Right.
incredibly slowly, but we don't want like 10,000 of them sitting there, doing nothing. That's our goal. We're trying to make it so we can blast stuff, but we're in an uncomfortable growing pains here of bits of Dora World are shutting down and having to be shipped in from abroad. From abroad? It's not from abroad. I need to stop saying that. But yeah, if you crack that all up and use fast belts and blast it through, you'll just have like 1,000 hours worth of graviton lenses, and the rest of the base won't have any. Oh.
One alternative to the say is that to keep them off system.
Oh, what?
You can say off world if you mean a planet.
I could say off-world and off-system, yes. So I wonder where these went. The problem is I keep tracking all of these ingots through, and it turns out they just end up back in a back in another receiver. Like it's happened a couple of times now. If you got a slot, you have a slot. Where is it?
Dirty slot.
You always wash it. Okay, so that is the... Oh, is that the line that's expecting ingots? Again, I really wish there was a ghost option, so I could press, like, shift or something, and then the game would show me the last thing on every conveyor belt on the screen. So I could see what this thing I'm trying to fix used to be. Because I don't know the last time anything came along this belt. I certainly have no idea. But that should now hopefully fix that. And we do have spaghetti, but it's now short spaghetti. Quick, someone name a short spaghetti.
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 No, spaghetti's long. You people even know what pasta is?
That's not short spaghetti.
Oh, bugger. Short pasta, short spaghetti. Oh no.
Macaroni, you mean?
Yeah, I mean
That's
macaroni.
not spaghetti then.
Yeah.
Macaroons.
Macaroons. Henry wins for the most delicious. Oh, so something used. There's a line here, and it looks like it fed all the lines that feed stuff like conveyor belts and things back to the shopping area are dead, and this one has been demolished. Possibly by me, possibly on purpose, possibly accidentally. I've no idea what was on there.
If you would like to provide warpers to batteries, that would be nice.
Warpers to batteries. Hmm?
Empty and full accumulators could be on the interstellar network.
Oh, I see. Just gonna reiterate, we don't have an awful lot of certain types of things, and warpers. I don't think we have a lot of warpers because warpers are the same thing as greens and whites. That's why I want to crank up photon production, graviton lens production. Where is our discharge bit? Do you think we have enough like? Are you not concerned that you're just going to suck all the power out of Dora World?
I guess it's not super important. But I have tidally locked black planet which has a decent amount of solar panels. They can wait if they're not needed right now.
I mean, right now on Dora World we have 1,500 charged accumulators and 400 uncharged accumulators. So we have.
Why they're not taking off?
What? No, because the whole system is full. We're discharging as quickly as we can, which is 45 megawatts.
Yeah, but you don't have warpers there. If you could provide that tower with warpers, that would be nice.
You know why I can't provide it with warpers? Because you've put fucking conveyor spaghetti above it. Are you ashamed of yourself? Good. No, you should be.
How that?
How
You
what?
don't need to automate it.
You would
I guess it doesn't have empty slot, does it?
No, it doesn't. But I can automate it because it happens to be. Okay, cool. So our logistics stations will now output double stacks of everything. So I've literally double speeded all of it. I can automate it. I'm just concerned about the amount this is going to use. I said I don't feel we are swimming in warpers.
So at some point I did diamonds, and I guess diamonds are part of the green. Yeah, strange matter.
Diamonds are down along.
Over.
Diamonds are down along the. I am going to provide you with warpers, by the way, but I'm going to make them purposely as slow as I can.
Okay.
And if you've only got a small planet, 45 megawatts is obviously quite a lot. It's one discharger. Yeah, okay, and demand? Yeah, I don't think we have any warpers on our local network. Spare. Like, I'm demanding 100 now, and it's like, nope. I do have a lot of diamonds, and I have... why do we have an issue? Lack of material. Yeah, if you want more warpers, you need more... I need more strange matter.
I'm gonna go off and make a star and planet of strange matter.
Well, I can give us twice as many as we've got... Oh. We're running out of deuterium now as well. As was anybody sending me that from space, are they?
I don't know.
Like, deuterium's easy. All you need is a gas receiver and a lot of space. A lot of space. We don't have enough deuterium because I don't think we have enough hydrogen. Yes, we are not supplying enough hydrogen to run our deuterium. And our hydrogen is coming as an output from our...
Ooh. Gas giant with 2 planets. I guess they're moons. Satellites.
Oh, that looks like something hasn't transmitted to you, Henry. Oh, you do have an issue in the top right, to be fair.
Yeah. But that's maybe that's it. There's seven errors.
So our hydrogen production has jammed up because we have got too much graphite. What do we use graphite for?
Diamonds.
Um,
Diamonds are used for
no,
cleans,
that's graphene.
eventually.
Sorry, we have too much graphene.
That plain carbon thing.
The thing that looks like a little hexagonal piece of armor.
There was some other product that makes screens that benefits from that.
Well, the problem is we have too much graphene. We have
The particle containers.
particle. Okay.
The
Yeah.
mouse. Which are not yellow tubes at all.
No, they're pink tubes. Yeah, they're running. Oh, hold on, I can upgrade them though. All I need is a bunch of particle fiber. Particle fiber? Particle broadband. What I was going to do, and then obviously I am now distracted with my yak, is I was going to proliferate the strange matter inputs, which were not. And outputs, which were not. But now I'm distracted upgrading these machines to use up more graphene. Max, you said.
Yeah, so I need the iron ingots. I think I just found them.
Around. Sometimes you can just find them that are just sort of destined to go somewhere else.
I just need to make a splitter for said task.
What? The grab offing? What do you need ingots for? Or have you done on the?
Oh, to make a splitter to deal with the. Basically, what I was going to do is going to make a land damage.
I mean, given the speed of this, I would just use. So you've got quite slow speed, and you have almost infinite input. So
yeah, but I was going to make the rare material go round in a sushi belt sort of style, rather than just have it sit still. So everything got a fair crack of it, rather than having it just sit on the belt doing nothing.
Yeah, so when it moves, you'll notice that because I've purposely put the slowest sorter,
Yes.
and it's a long way. So when it's moving, it will barely do anything. Like 4 or 5 can go through for the next one. We should be delivering stuff quickly because each one of them takes 20, and I think it takes 5 minutes. So I think you only need 1 per 5 minutes per dish. So it's really a very small number. If you want to do it with the splitters, you can go for it. But what we have should probably go. It is an odd one because we're trying to deliver stuff slowly for once.
Yeah.
Okay, so hopefully there's a lot of graphite going past the strange assembly machines, the particle container, but we're not really using enough to make a dent on graphene. So because we're not making enough using enough graphene, we've run out of storage space for hydrogen. So sorry, we've run out of storage space of graphene, so our hydrogen is stuck. I think it's 5 minutes. I'm fairly sure it's 5 minutes. But it's a long period of time. That is it. You don't use the graviton lenses quickly, so you don't need to worry about any sort of large throughput. Oh. No. Made this shit. Can I? What we can do is we can actually go all the way to the end. That in. As ever, whenever I run out of storage space, I just burn some graphite from my inventory. It looks like we are not using particle containers enough either. Just to make life difficult, there's a very annoying belt right above. There we go. Yeah, I mean, I can send the overflow. The problem is we're lacking. We've got too much graphene that we can't do anything with. So because we have lots of graphene, we can't get the hydrogen out because it's all backing up going, I don't have enough. I can't offload the graphene and the hydrogen. Well, we're not. Maybe these are all dead now because we appear to be out of turbines. Uh-oh. Right, so this is where the game falls over. Right now, I don't have enough turbines. Where are they made?
Green coils.
Well, they're electromagnetic
I have
turbine.
yeah, Lord of the Coils is doing a lot of that.
Right. How am I supposed to know this? When it says in transit, I can't even hover going in transit from Lord of the Coils. Oh, you can burn graphene, can you? I did not know this. Yeah, so we're now... Yeah, all of our particle containers went to sleep because we didn't have enough... yeah, we have 10,000 particle containers in storage. What are they used for? I can't actually think off the top of my head.
For strange matters, the purples are used.
Well, in that case, we're not using anywhere near enough. Anyway, I was going to proliferate our strange matter. That we've had a few. Alright, love, I'd like to proliferate your strange matter. Please do not proliferate the alien strange matter without their permission. Oh, in theory, Schalke, you could now request empty or full things, accumulators or iron bars or graviton lenses or particle containers. At the point we have 4 graviton lenses in. I bet you Max is sucking them all up because obviously he's extending his empire there. Yeah, see, they're all flowing now. That's quite cool. Yeah, so Max is obviously... Well, until that's filled up, we'll be sucking them all away. You built a Dyson sphere for me? I'm not sure how that one was for me. Oh, I see. So I didn't zoom in, so I didn't see the FCP. And that reminds me, can I change the colouring of this on the fly? Or does that involve a... Oh, I'd have to cancel the fill and redo it. I guess I'll do that when I'm extremely rich and bored. Okay, this is going to be a little horrible. And, right, so there we go. I'm now proliferating, I believe, nothing, because I don't have any... No, we have 100 on the way. I'm now proliferating the strange matter production, which is good. But we are definitely not getting enough hydrotarium in. Plenty. I don't even know what this is doing. So that goes up there and back around, and then up and back around again. And then some of the hydrogen. Oh, ah. Oh, is that? Ah, I need to proliferate down there. I guess I'll just do both because You don't re-proliferate. You just go, nah, you're done. Please, if I'm wrong, please do correct me.
Plain filter production went up a little on Golden Waterfall.
Don't know if we're... Oh, we are alternating those, I think, actually. After a while, I do think it might become just about impossible to keep in your head your base. That's why I think there should be better tools for helping you to do that. Oh. Well, that's no good, because that's at the wrong end. I'd have to remove that one. All of the input hydrogen is coming from there. Max, I know you have watched Mighty Car Mods. You watch the Unicorn Circuit stuff they do?
Nope.
They kind of do like daily chats on the sofa. Yeah, it's quite fun. They're quite a fun couple of blokes to watch. But it's quite weird because they're about to hit episode 1000, I think it is. So they're doing daily episodes until they do. But people are complaining because all of their news, all of it is about EVs. And they're like, we know people are complaining, but they're like, there isn't any other car news. This is it. It's all EV news. You know, the occasional one about the new high-performance Yaris, which really just makes me laugh. That's even the thing. But yeah, everything else is just gone electric. And they're like, this is... they've been very pragmatic, which is, this is the future. There's nothing you can do about it. Embrace it. And they're complaining correctly. There are no fun electric cars because they're looking at the new. There is a new electric Impreza coming, the Solterra, and it's crap. It's like it's at 200 horsepower in an SUV, and they're like, why? This is not a cool and fun car. So yeah, and instead of going what a lot of the people are just going, oh, electric's boring and shit and has no soul. They're like, we want good electric cars. It's been quite interesting watching them sort of that because obviously a lot of the car YouTubers will have to adapt. I mean, in some years' time, in 10 or 20 or 30 or 40 or 50, there will be almost no petrol cars. They'll all be knackered. You won't be able to get parts for them. It'll only be the absolute diehards doing it. So those two should probably have been down. So that's no good because that's in the wrong direction anyway. These two proliferants should probably have been there. Mike, I don't know if you've ever played a game like this multiplayer, but unless you actively spread out and don't interact with each other, this is what happens. Person A does something, person B has actually already done that thing but didn't know. Person C does a similar thing but in a completely different way on a different planet, and yeah. This is why communication is good, and you'll notice I'm the only person to have spoken for about 10 minutes.
Diamonds are now on the network.
Cool. Diamonds. Synthetic gas is a dead end. It can't ever be carbon neutral. It just can't. That's not how it works. It's incredibly expensive and very, very energy inefficient. It is a desperate last gasp from the ice manufacturers to not have to adapt. Pointless. Even if they manage it, the legislation is in place. Like the UK will no longer be allowing petrol cars by 2030. So then you'd have to basically start persuading the government that your synthetic fuel is actually good for the environment. But by this, it's too late. So, was it BP? Might have been Shell. I think it was BP. BP have basically said that by the end of this year, they will hit profit parity on electric. So for a given forecourt, if it sells electricity or petrol, they can make a profit. Because bear in mind, obviously, you have to dig up the oil, move the oil to the refinery, refine the oil, then move the oil to the petrol station. Whereas with electricity, you could literally make it there. I mean, not in any great quantity, but you can make some of it there. And then if you've got and then you can also hook into the national grid, and obviously you start making the electricity. But that should happen this year, to the point where if you are a company thinking about starting up a new petrol station, you'll go, actually, I'm going to set up an EV charging station because I will make more money. And it's the same thing in Australia. Like, Australia has been massively dependent on coal for a great number of years, and now they're moving away from coal, not because it's greener, but because solar is cheaper. It can't be carbon neutral. Bear in mind that SpaceX don't, they want to capture carbon on another planet, but they don't care how much energy it costs to do it. That's the problem. Synthetic fuels the problem is synthetic fuels theoretically work, but in practice, why? Like, the amount of energy it would require, it's something silly. You might know, Henry, is it like 10 to 1 or 20 to 1 times more energy to make like one mile's worth of synthetic fuel than just to charge an EV? Like, you might as well just charge the EV. I know hydrogen is about 8 times less efficient to go 1 mile than just to charge an EV with the same amount. In practice, though, whilst it could be carbon neutral, in practice it would just run out of money. Like, it would be too expensive to be carbon neutral. Like with other objects. No, but I mean, ICE engines are 18 to 25% efficient, but you are, like with the synthetic fuel though, you've had to make that fuel. It requires more energy to make the fuel than you get out of it. That is kind of that Boyle's law, somebody wrote law. Like, that's just how it works. It has to be, by definition, less efficient than real petrol. And real petrol is pretty fucking shit already for efficiency. Now, ICE engines are only 40% in a laboratory, I'm afraid. Real world is closer to 20%. Like, there are ICE engines that have done 40%, but as I said, it's just in ideal conditions. But that's not taking into account, obviously, the cradle to grave oil. Like, overall, it's terrible. It's really awful. And there's just no point in ploughing more energy in just to keep the brum brum noises, because that's all you're actually gaining at the end of the day, is the brum brum noises. As I said, I'm very happy to have got an electric car when I did, because I haven't had to compromise, and quite frankly, it's better than nearly every petrol car I've ever been in my entire life. It's not just this will do, but this is actually a lot better. This is actually an awful lot nicer. To the point where there's a Subaru meetup at the weekend, and I'm like, I'm not going to bother going. What we do? Cool. Well, we've got 2 more strange matters, and I have cranked up I've proliferated it all, so we should be getting 25% more as well. I would do it faster, but we don't have enough hydrogen. Deuterium, we don't have enough deuterium because we don't have enough hydrogen, and we don't have enough hydrogen because we had too much graphene, and Mike suggested, rather bizarrely, we burn the graphene. Of all of you all know I'm not a fan of logistics things, AND gates and OR gates and all that. What I am a fan of is overflow gates. I just want to burn the overflow of the graphene. Surplus, yes.
Logic and logistics are quite different things.
Logic, sorry, not logistics. I mean, I can burn it, apparently. I'm assuming, though, and again, I've not really... So it's not just generated out of the atmosphere. You do need to put chemicals into it, don't you? You don't just give energy and get out petrol. If so, I take back everything I said. That's brilliant, but I don't think that's how it works. Like, the energy is only one part of it, but you have the issue that if we were all on synthetic fuel, then you could run, let's say, 1/10 of the number of electric cars you could drive. So why not just do electric cars? Priority splitter. Priority. Oh yes, I suppose you could with the splitter. Yes. I mean, in this case, it's fine. We're so over.
Not get any more those what's it?
What, you've probably just taken.
Paraton lens.
You've probably taken a couple of hours worth of generation of them, which is why.
Oh wow. Okay.
But once you've hooked it all up, it will.
Well, the
just...
entire array is the array is working. I've been making sure there's no. Absolutely everything has at least one lens in it.
Yeah, as I said, they do look slightly different, but I'm afraid the important word in that is slightly.
Well, they don't work if they don't have any.
Yeah, they do. They work without a lens. Oh, at night time they won't. Yes, at night time it's easy.
Yeah. What does it do? It provides power.
No. We are capturing Dirac particles, which are probably a real thing, from the Dyson swarm, and using that to generate antimatter.
Ah.
Dirac particles are probably a real thing. These people do seem to have looked up various Tefl-headed textbooks.
Aren't those like electrons?
Ah.
I was talking about turning virtual electrons into real ones.
Ah, yes, that's right. Okay, I'm reworking this. I'm a numbskull.
Oh shoot, that's going the wrong direction. Water plus carbon dioxide is oxygen. What? What do you think synthetic fuel is? It's not hydrogen. Hot hydrogen is insanely inefficient. It's like 40 times more inefficient than battery electric vehicles. I'm talking about fuel cells, which is about 8 times less efficient. If you just want to just literally burn hydrogen, that's mind-bogglingly badly. I suppose you could reform it into a hydrocarb. I can't remember what petrol is exactly. Yes, hydrocarbon. Durr. Yeah, we don't want to... So the thing is, how are you making that carbon neutral if the end product is fucking burning methane? You're going to have to plant an awful lot of trees to offset the carbon. Does anybody have a really burning use for a lot of graphene, by the way? Because I am beginning to struggle to use enough of it here. I can set up some more storage containers, but it is obviously a...
I was about to do the pink container in mass soon.
Well, I can I supply graphene? I might be able to. I mean, I can supply graphene, certainly. And if you can supply walkers... I might just put it there, that's not how it works. You captured the carbon from... Yeah. Mike, you do realise that although this is all hypothetically possible, you are on a negative power spiral, don't you? Because then we're talking, 10 to 20 times more power used than EVs to make the fuel, and then another 100 times as much to capture the carbon back out the atmosphere. Like, this is not a net gain in any way. It's possible. That is true. It's just not practical or sensible. And as I said, at the end of the day, you go, why are you doing this? And you go, oh, brum brum noises. Like, oh, well, that's totally worth, putting...
Put a speaker in the EV car and be done with it.
Well, there are a couple
they already
that do
have.
that.
Yeah. But
this is the thing, the brum brum noises are that's an us generation. someone who's 5 years old at this point will never have heard the brum brum noises apart from, occasionally on a car going past. But when they come to drive, their first car is probably going to be a knackered old Nissan Leaf rather than an old Rover Metro like we were in. I'm gonna pour instead of running hydrogen all the way across this planet, let's just pour hydrogen from here. Hydrogen demand. You don't need that much.
We're having to ash.
Oh yes, if we have enough energy, cool. If we have enough energy, cool. Yes, we can make artificial petrol, burn it, and capture the carbon out of the atmosphere. But we don't. And this is not, in my mind, a sensible trade-off for the brum brum noises. And I do like the brum brum noises. As I said, I drive an Impreza with a 3.5-inch catback. I have the brum noises. I have an outrageous blow-off valve. It's just that I have recently gone to the silent hum of a milk float, and it's quite nice. As I said before, the Impreza is so loud I struggle on racetrack to hear the tyres, which means it's too loud. That is the definition of too loud. I also struggle to get on a lot of UK racetracks because it's so loud. It's not, you can't razz around like an idiot on the roads the way you could 10 or 15 years ago, I'm afraid. And it's no good for motorway journeys because it's just so it has its place, but its place is
in history.
So,
Museum.
Far and few between, unfortunately. So we work.
Do you want to come and just review what I've done here? Just make sure you're 100% happy with it.
Well, in a moment, yes. Just want to stop this one pulling hydrogen. And transit 2000. What the fuck? So this one has in transit 2000. This one has in transit 0. It's interplanetary. Right, that's why. So that's fine. You can do it over there. I mean, the short thing is, Max, is it nighttime and is everything lit up? Because if so, sweet.
It's not nighttime, but I think it's...
Yeah, see the one that you had set to 0, it was set to pull from interplanetary supply to local.
Yeah, I didn't spot because it had a conveyor belt coming out, which confused me. I just thought we might have been. We had a whole bunch of planetary ones set to gain and some to add.
No, I think that one was aimed at gas giants.
And it will be on this one, yeah. But I mean, it's quite easy to end up with a whole bunch of planetary stations just all supplying and demanding and just pushing hydrogen around quite literally willy-nilly. But that's good. But
you said willy.
I did. God, look at this guy. It's very weird. This went up to 1300 then down again. Is it getting stolen off? Oh, it's including the drones, that's why. Local supply, remote demand. Why is it going?
Coming in from outside and then going out to elsewhere on the planet that needs it or wants it.
Yeah, but I suppose the in transit is a sum total. But I will miss the brum brum noises. And I said, having done Top Fuel dragsters and stuff, there is a whole level of brum brum noises that you are not aware of. You think cars are loud. There's nothing compared to dragsters, which are just amazing.
My eardrums.
Yeah, you have to wear earplugs. I mean, that's it's not my eardrums.
Even then, you don't hear a dragster with your ears. You just don't. You hear a dragster with your chest.
Well, as I was going to say, Henry, you're on the wrong order of magnitude. You don't hear it with your ears. You hear it with your internal organs.
Well, yeah. You hear it there, but I mean, it's just you won't have any eardrums to hear with anything with afterwards. For a while, anyway.
I do mean to do
Maybe.
a DB check on my cruiser because currently the exhausts are off it, and I did start it up, and it is very loud. Not a nice loud. That has to be made clear. It's just a
Right.
distorted, because obviously the exhausts are designed to tune the sound and make it a nice resonant sound. This is just a square wave. Probably actually is a square wave. Thinking about what it would be doing. Right, is this deuterium? Right, I appear to have fixed deuterium. There. And then we proliferate all the deuterium. Okay, what has that done to the graph? We are still waiting on strange matter. I mean, it's quicker. I'm probably making 50% more than I was. I've also solved the supply issues, which is quite critical. I wish this game had more second and third tier objects. I set up on my single player, I set up like enough graphene production, but I just went a quarter way around the planet, just copy and pasting the same thing endlessly, going, I could really do with a higher tier machine. This seems ridiculous. Game doesn't seem to be much up on that, at least not yet.
On which machine?
Oh, this was just the. I was just using the smelter, I think it was. But I'm like, I didn't count them, but I mean, I'm gonna guess 200 smelters in a row. I mean, I really think I could do with another tier of these things because this is just ridiculous.
Let me double check here. Yes, I am exporting unipolar magnets.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, even then, that just means I've halved the number. I still would have had a quarter way around the planet instead of half around the planet. Going, I'd want a faster and more efficient machine. Like, proliferation was a way of starting this, improving it, so it's not ideal. You're demanding hydrogen. I wonder if I should just get rid of all of these hydrogen sky belts and pull in. There's a hydrogen lab. Can I do that? Do I have one? I do. So this might be a good thing to do for the end of the stream. If only I had some foundation. Or maybe I do. No, I don't. Is that enough?
It makes me wonder just how much more the Z axis actually complicates save files.
Well, as I say, I don't think they've ever worried about the size of the save files because you don't need to when you are saving to disk. It's only when you start networking that you go, I think I can remove all of Schalke's conveyor nightmare of the past and replace it with clean logistics. Why is there no hydrogen coming? Because the other end of this hydrogen belt here does also split off into planetary storage. It's this green one. So I get rid of that. I don't think there's anything on it, but I'll leave it go for a minute. And then this is demanding hydrogen. Oh, so there was one supplying hydrogen. That's demanding. Oh no, demanding's fine because that means the other one will supply it. Mike, I bet you £1 it's 32 bits because that's the size of an int. And not doing stuff in an int. That's console programmers, not PC programmers. As I said, because this is a demand. Okay, what are we going? We are going that way, so I can get rid of. Oh, So all.
How do you get more of the lenses? Obviously, that's something you're working on.
That is actually literally what I'm. That's strange matter. But you're not. You're barely using the lenses, so you have a hopefully as small as possible storage of them there, right?
Yes, I'm trying to reduce it
Yeah. So it'll only.
and I'm best to optimize it.
Yeah.
And I'm making it a sushi belt as well, so if there's any spare, it goes back round
Oh
to the
wow!
storage.
Wow, they all full. Crikey. Yeah, I'm just looking at you from
No,
above.
they're not all full.
Yeah, they're not full. Wow. But
No.
yeah, they are coming. That is. I'm just noticing here we're also lacking hydrogen because we're no longer using very much refined fluid, refined oil. Sorry. So this has all gone to sleep because we're not dealing with the oil in a useful way. Ironically, that's one of the few things that we could export. Let me just burn some of it, just so these begin to move, because they're literally not moving. So all of that has hydrogen.
Those towers, towers that are importing the hydrogen.
Yeah.
I wonder if maybe those towers need to have some warpers.
Oh no, we don't have a lack of hydrogen. We just have a lack of hydrogen in the right place. And I think we've got a few too many. Like here, I'm trying to work out what this thing is actually doing, because it's demanding hydrogen, but then I don't think hydrogen's actually going anywhere. I just think it's going around in a big circle, like a huge planetary-wide circle. Because Schalke's sending stuff up here. These belts are all asleep now. That's probably not good. Let's get rid of. Oh, there was a massive pause as I deleted that belt. So at the other end of this, I've replaced this belt with a logistics station. Not misclick. It's either a float in 32-bit or an int in 32-bit. These guys would have to be absolutely over-obsessed anal engineers to consider putting stuff in a fixed point thing, like me. Okay, so these all come to the same place. All I have to do is come out of there around the back and hook into that, and then we are okie dokie. Yeah, float. You should see some of the lower precision systems that Fortresscraft uses. Because I have to. The Fortresscraft has multiple coordinate systems for voxel location, world location, segment location, and then the location, finally, of the floating point part of that. So every so often, I think that will demand. I don't need that to demand anything. This is all in. This can change to supply. This belt could. Oh wait, hold on. Yes, this belt could be reversed from there backwards, and I wish there was a button to reverse belt directions. But I have found something. It's a lot easier to build downwards than upwards. But all of the hydrogen that was going down this belt will now head over to the logistics storage. Hopefully by the time I've done this, it will have cleared itself. All apart from... like hydrogen... Oh, it does take... Oh, bollocks. All apart from our research, so... This is the problem. I don't want to send it in there and request it over here, which is kind of what I'm going to have to end up doing. Fine, we will demand. Ooh, I forgot. It's Wednesday tomorrow, isn't it? We're doing SnowRunner.
I washed my hands of that entire design because I haven't been there to maintain it for the past
Oh,
week and a half, 2 weeks.
No, it's nothing to do with that. It's just that
It's been butchered so many times. It's just like, wow, that's not what I left.
well, it's all getting a lot tighter now because obviously now we are. In retrospect, we should have pushed for off-planet sending of stuff here much sooner. You guys probably all knew that. I didn't. No, I haven't paid it for. Because that helps stuff get tidy. Probably what you just want is around the poles is just in a big array of interstellar stations, and everything just runs down the planet from there, like a nice, super neat thing. That's fine. We haven't broken any of this stuff. Our oil production is therefore free. Oil to hydrogen is all asleep because we're not using any oil, I don't think, on this planet. I think we're doing a little bit of plastic. For every entity, 1 unit 8, 2 unit 16, 18 unit 32s and 7 flights. Bloody hell. I was curious, by the way, within the storage hoppers, I was curious how they were storing the data, because one of the things that I was disappointed about was that this mod does not, they don't write their own system for loading and saving. They just piggyback on the games ones. And that has the rather sad upshot that you can't easily go, this storage hopper is empty. It takes up 1 byte. Because obviously you've got, for each object, in every storage hopper you need to store its type and its stack. But then when you've got the proliferation, it's storing every item within that stack separately. So Fortresscraft will try and collapse things together. So instead of saying here are 10 ingots, it will go here is 1 ingot that has 10 in it. So it takes up the same amount of room as 1 ingot. Whereas when you've got metadata, that's when it becomes a real pain in the arse. And they've got metadata here because then you can't stack things identically. So in Fortresscraft, like drill heads, cutting heads and things, because they deplete, they can't stack. So they don't stack. I don't even try and pretend they stack, because then you could. Oh shit! I just dug up a belt about 300 miles away. But they bother to store the rotation. Yeah. Again, it's because they're not doing a network game. They don't care. And again, if the Nebula guys were implement their own load and save routines, you can chuck that. You can probably compress the positions into like in 16s without even noticing. And like position within a block, if that's important, you can press it to 1 byte, which gives you like a 4 centimeter, like 0.4 centimeter accuracy. Remember, Ari had a kitten. I'm like, I'm only transmitting within a block. I'm only transmitting at byte accuracy. Oh, it's not enough. It's like, dude, that's 4 centimeters. 0.4 centimeters. When are you going to notice? It's weird, this. It seems to run in massive floods of throughput. But our deuterium throughput is now awesome. I'm not actually sure we needed to feed from 2 different, because these I think are on separate networks. That comes down from over there. Could probably just come from here, which would have been I'm just sitting here twiddling thumbs waiting to use up all the hydrogen off this highway of belts, which is going to take forever, so let's stick a storage hopper.
Once upon a time, when I was still able to load onto that planet successfully, I had set up a automation of orbital collectors to be made.
What are orbital collectors?
It's quite expensive.
Oh,
They're very expensive.
Yes, I think it has one partial manual input, doesn't it? I've come across it a couple
It
of times.
does, and I want to say that those are for the energy accumulators.
Yes, that definitely exists somewhere on this planet.
Are there any in there?
Somewhere on this planet, that thing is definitely an object. I'm sure of it. Somewhere on this planet.
Because that would be nice to import and then go to all the gas giants and set them up, because it's exactly 40 stations per gas giant.
If only I knew where it was, which I don't, which is the point I've been making for the last 6 or 7 sentences I have uttered. I've no idea where it is, not even slightly. I have run across it a few times. Next time I run into it, I will keep my eye open, but it's just tucked away somewhere, isn't it? It's not in like a... It's not very big. I think it's over where you were building.
No, it's not very big at all. I want to say it was somewhere between there and the rocket launch facility. But I could be wrong. It could be the other direction.
Ah, yes. I'm not using up any more or less. Oh, you see what I mean? So hold on. The hydrogen comes down there, up through there, through there, and then back around, and then back into this loop again. Because once upon a time that made sense, because that hydrogen then went somewhere else. It doesn't. Let's stop the hydrogen there. To decide to extend.
So was it designed as an overflow, or what's going on?
It basically, we had hydrogen arriving from about 5 different places, and then it would all flow around, and any hydrogen that wasn't used up would go off that way, up to the top left, for use elsewhere, which was great and made sense. But now, hopefully, I'm not now just sending it back around in like in a sushi belt, as Max said. Hopefully now the hydrogen should begin to back up. Yeah, so I think if we get a burst of hydrogen, which we do, every so often this does get a go. It's just got another 200, and then hopefully it should all begin to back up, and then hopefully go to sleep. That's the hope. And then it will. Well, it won't go to sleep. It will fill up that storage container way over yonder. There we go. Another 200. And now up to here. Yeah, we have no lack of deuterium. We had like hydrogen. Ah. Now we have a lack of fast belts. Oh my god, who made this? Ah, it was me. Oh, that'll help.
I think I'm probably tired, drunk, one or the other. Come and look at the mess I'm making, it's horrible.
Where are you? Where is your mess?
Fine.
Ah, there it is.
Basically, I was using splitters, but I was thinking, hold on, that means that you have too many of the valuable resources hanging around, so I'm trying to minimise the amount we're actually holding on to in the area. So basically each thing only holds on to like a smallest number as possible, basically.
Yeah, that's looking alright. I need it to be nighttime really, so we can check they've all got stuff. I can't click on them, they're too far away. But you are producing 126 per minute now.
Right.
Which is, I mean, it's not, well, it might be as many as we need, probably isn't. Alright, is the sun going down or coming up?
Going down.
Is it? It's going up.
It's getting real low.
Friend of mine was
Go sleep.
friend of mine was getting annoyed, so I took her hand and went, "Sun's getting real low, big fella." She laughed. It was all right. Yeah, it looks all right. I mean, unfortunately, I wish I was seeing an awful lot more antimatter. Antimatter progressing.
I have somewhat of this going on. I'm lacking the green coils, which is mostly on Lord of the Coils, probably export problem.
Do you mean turbines, just so we're clear?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Yeah, the sun's down, Mac. Oh, there's 3 that don't have any. Is that just lack of input? No, 4. Is that lack of input, or have you dirt?
They're all working on mine.
No.
I'm still fixing it though. So
All right, let me pop.
just want to absolutely minimise the holding here. I need to...
Let me maybe pop a screenshot. Again, I'm the server, so I'm probably right, even if you're not. Probably.
Yeah.
But I am the other side of the planet, so maybe not. So I'm seeing a few that don't have any. But just, if they're glowing on yours, you're probably right then.
Oh, one at the top, right at the top there. Yeah, I haven't got around.
No,
Whoa,
there's
land,
6 not glowing.
land.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
4.
6, 7.
Okay.
But it might be, you might just not have enough items. It might not be your fault.
Yeah, I'm still fixing it, so I'm making it a bit of a nightmarish where it's trying to feed them backwards so I can get them able to feed them in forwards instead. End up going round and round and round, but that's not a bad thing, I suppose. I don't know.
Oh, it's just doing research. This is all looking much more epic here now. Everything is moving quickly. We are still struggling to offload stuff. That's good. So I say, from a Fortschrift point of view, what you want is you want everything to be saturated from beginning to end, like everything to be asleep. So you just want to, each step of the pyramid needs to produce 101% of what the next thing does, not 99. Because if it only produces 99, eventually you run out. Where it produces 101, eventually the lower bits go to sleep. So that's kind of there. We do need more hydrogen, but I'm not really sure.
That's all fine and great until you run into problems like in Fortresscraft where you have turbines that have a spool up time.
Yeah, exactly. Where when that's where you want to run the
Then you don't want it to go to sleep. You always want it to be backed up.
Good point. I'm not fractionating that. I'm not accelerating that. That'll help. There you go, it's 25%. Oh no, some production speed up apparently. 25%. Wait, what? 50%. Why are these? Okay, there we go, up to 3s. There we go, I've just doubled the amount of deuterium. That's probably just going to go to sleep though. Wait, how have you not got enough? But yeah, we don't have enough planetary hydrogen. Oh, let me try and pull a few more and larger loads.
What was it that was demanding diamonds?
At the end, it is graviton lenses. We actually have a lot of those. Diamonds are actually just fine on.
Right. Because basically the production bit here's gone to sleep, so it's full, so good.
Yeah, there we are actually. Oh, what the hell? Just found we've got a bunch of. I think this was our first sets of graviton lenses. Can I turn those back to? Just found a weird bit. I'm not sure where it is. I've also just found an awful lot of very old conveyor belts, which I don't really want either. Our hydrogen is all going to deuterium, I think. I don't know. Again, I have very few tools to check. I wish I did. But how would I find out apart from flying around and clicking on each of these in turn?
I guess in single player you would have the memory to lay it down.
No, because I've been over
I
all of
wouldn't.
this a whole bunch of times, so I've got a pretty good memory of Dora World, but that should not be the case. It may be that there's one of these just with like with 10,000 of them, but here, like this one is remotely demanding hydrogen, and then it's locally supplying, but it's got none. I've got 1.31 gigawatts, sorry. I'm not going to run out. I haven't run out the whole night. There you go. I'm just going to park here just to spite you.
3 lightning strikes and you're out.
If I had 3 lightning strikes, I'd be full on energy. Oh, we are actually slightly producing too many critical photons, Max, so good job. Slightly too many is better than slightly too few. No, Mike, expecting the player to have to start making fucking notes in on a journal to work out how his base is connected up. Fuck that. Also, you'll come back to the game in 6 months' time going, where the fuck's the Terran coming from? The game really needs, what it needs is you need to come up to this view, and I need to be able to look at all the ships going to and from any planet, because sometimes it says logistics vessel, and sometimes it says what they're transporting. But I have no way, for example, of going to Yo Mama and seeing how many of the rings there are busy. Do we have enough logistics vessels pulling off hydrogen from Yo Mama? I have no idea. I have no way I can tell. The game does not have these tools, and it should have tools. Important thing is, as I say, what I mean about in 6 months' time. I mean, I think. Hey, good job. I assume that was Schalke. Okay.
On what?
We just got an achievement: generate more than 180 megawatts of electricity on a planet using solar panels. Well, I wasn't placing any, so it weren't me. I'm giving up in 13 minutes at most, by the way.
Yeah, I have some. There's a solar panel automation on mirror.
Yeah, so
I forgot what system it's in.
So how come we've just gone from fuck all to 6,000 suddenly? So I believe that this is the hydro gas receiver. I think this is the only one. And this is the problem. Is this the only interstellar logistics station on the whole planet to receive hydrogen? I don't know. I have no way of finding out. If it is, I need to soup up the generation of hydrogen via...
Or you could set any other interstellar logistics station to do the same.
No, because this one isn't maxed out. That's the problem. It's got 9 out of 10 ships sitting here on fuck all gas in transit and no gas backed up. So that's the issue.
So it's a problem at the supply side.
Or I have 5 other interstellar logistics stations also requesting hydrogen somewhere and doing something with it. I don't know. That's the problem. There's 2.
Sounds like you need the LSTM mod.
Well, yes, but this is the point I'm making, is the game lacks the resources, because Mike was suggesting we should have a system, and I'm like, even though I did have a system, I'd forgotten about it in 6 months. Oh. Wow, that save time is becoming quite long now. Oh, that may have been some landing on the
Ash is getting heavy.
No, you were just arriving on the planet, that was all.
There's arriving on Ash. Or name's Ash. I thought this would be like a light planet, but I guess it's getting heavier.
It was only a brief pause. Half a second or so. Here we go. Here is another interstellar logistics station with remote demand. With no hydrogen in it. Now it accepts hydrogen from some of these fractionators.
Oh, I see. I placed that one.
But it's empty.
Which means I probably set that up too.
Yeah, but it's local supply, remote demand, so that's fine. But it's empty. I think we might just be pulling out too much hydrogen, which means that I need to build a bunch of these, which means I need to find the recharger. Where is our chargey discharges? Here they are. I now need a bunch of these engines. Might be over here somewhere, maybe. Mike, there is a reason I have been talking about the storage capacity of the way that the storage hoppers are compressed on disk, and this is the reason. As I said, we do not judge on this channel different building styles, no matter how wrong they are. They're all equal. They're all good. I think Shaka was dropping off engines somewhere, but I think that storage hopper is now no longer full of engines. And I need turbines, which are... Oh, wait, hang on. Nope.
Yellow coils, electric motor.
Blue turbines. They're over here. We definitely have those on the interstellar network. There used to be a storage hopper that grabbed them off. Whoops a daisy. Which I don't think we need. That now needs fancy donuts.
Incredible. I just watched a shipment of carbon nanotubes take off.
Yeah, we've carbon nanotubes are actually fine. Everything's backed up.
No, I mean, I'm in a totally different system.
Oh, cool.
And I looked up and I watched them take off and they're heading over towards there.
So you know in No Man's Sky how you can find trading stations and things by the sort of the faint trails between them? It needs that. So I can see which planets are doing what to where. Like this map is it's just kind of next to useless, really. Oh, does it even? Oh, it doesn't even show spaceships on the galaxy map. No, sorry, star cluster map. Or there's none in flight.
Yeah, I can see them on your screen.
Oh, there's one. Oh, right, but it doesn't have any text. Right.
No, I know what that shipment was.
Yeah, but like sometimes in certain screens it gives you a oh, this is a.
Oh, right, like if you're flying past it.
I think it's just if you're close enough. Yeah.
I requested some copper.
I have no idea if anything.
Are you at Lord of the Coils?
Yeah.
Because I just saw a massive fucking freight train of ships, just a solid line heading over there.
So, I am making these interstellar stations in my inventory. You reckon they're somewhere on this planet? Any clue where I could look? Because I am crossing my
For
inventory.
the collectors?
The orbital collectors, yeah, the gas drive.
Oh, wait, it was right behind you.
Right behind me. Right, so that's about a minute ago.
Shit.
It's alright, heading back. So here is your area. Obviously some of it's now gone. I notice our broadband collectors are... Oh, they're stacking. Fuck that shit. Seconds, I've just got distracted. Ah, the yak is hairy. Right, for reasons unknown, all of our purple generation was asleep, and everything was stacking. What the fuck? just gotten a delivery of circuit boards that jammed up from... Oh, no, maybe it was actually. I think we might be running low on processors being sent to Dora World. That's what's limiting Purple's everything. Right, so this is the bit with the... I'll describe it and then you can... Oh, wait, hold on. I think I found it. Yep, found it. What are you lacking? You are lacking iron. Now you're lacking titanium. Oh, this is only planetary logistics station, but I guess that's the first step. Yeah, so you're making planetary ones here, not interplanetary.
Oh, I see.
Which does help, but also not, because it's the reinforced thrusters that I really... Well, I'll have a couple.
Yep.
I can make... Well, I am making them. It's just that they are... There's a lot of queue. At least he didn't do what Xiaoko did and completely automate it and walk away and leave it 46 hours ago, so we haven't got like 25,000 of them in storage containers somewhere, which has happened. There are a bunch of things over here. There's just insane amounts of these.
Windmills.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is the one where, or not unfortunately, but that's one that can, there's only a finite amount that you could ever use at any time.
Yes. Well, to be fair, I think that probably applies to almost everything. I mean, it is a finite sized, well, everything really, sadly. Yeah, Mike, I know, but no, we can't, because Xiaoko had a sort of busing system over there. The problem with busing systems is if they jam up, they have to continually work or it just jams up. The offload of 25 million bolts because you've got one plastic rivet further up the chain. I had a play with busing systems because someone recommended them and I'm like, you are joking, right? You just have to continually add storage capacity for whatever is producing more than everything else. I've never ever in my life seen something so awful. But it is a different approach.
Kind of a theater of it, because it's not supposed to overtly produce either. Like if something is jamming up the storage, you need to downgrade the production of it.
I was just linking an article on electric motorbikes. There's a guy who says he's just tested his first electric motorbike. He's never gone back. His electric motorbike has more than 250 horsepower. It's like, what? No, we don't. That would be insane. That's 50 horsepower more than the Ninja had, and that was definitely too many.
So there are exactly 33 gas giants in our access. Times 40 collectors, and that's the exact maximum amount that you'll ever need.
That is a lot of hydrogen. Well, it's a lot of fire ice from which you can melt into hydrogen.
Not all of them are fire ice.
Oh,
Some of them are deuterium. But every single one of them has hydrogen.
I do kind of wonder if I could just pop down a planetary station requesting things and then going... So you just pop it down, it just pulls out 3 resources, crafts it, and then just shoves it back in again. So, for instance, I'm crafting these booster engines, which would be trivial to automatically make these booster engines with a planetary. I might just do that because I have just got a couple of minutes to kill. So just here for
Reinforced thrusters are being made.
I'm sure they are, but where and everything? Reinforced thrusters are actually two very easy things, as long as you've got the. It's the. Where's it gone? That and.
I think it's down on Golden Shower.
Yeah, I haven't. To be fair, we have exacerbated this issue a little bit by being in multiplayer, but I have kind of felt it in my single player, which is I've got to the point of complexity now where I need the game to be helping me a lot more with organisation than it is.
Right, I'm gonna go to bed. Bye, guys.
I think see you tomorrow.
Ready.
I'm not saying I want my hand held at all, but I could just do with any UI to assist me other than, have you remembered everything? Because no, I haven't. I can barely remember what day of the week it is quite often. Remembering where my hydrogen is being sent from is not going to happen. I don't know, Mike. You keep suggesting that I listen to your opinion on things, but you don't use the satellite power stations. So, I don't know. What are you complaining about? Lack of material. Why?
Those things are great.
I really wish the default for these things was not 5,000. It's just too many most of the time.
I guess I'm gonna come back to the home system.
If we're gonna log out, you want to log out here. We're about to finish this all.
Especially when I don't have anything burned.
Any what?
Like I was filled with deuterium rods, but now I'm empty. It can be dangerous to warp around when you don't have any energy source.
Yes. Okay, well you fly back. I'm gonna head off to your mama, and I'm gonna pop down 7 of these hydrogen collectors. Where are they?
Going to Dorabout. Has it gotten any lighter?
Oh yes, my goodness me! I have got rid of a lot of I've been removing massive conveyor belt runs because they're asleep, and then popping in a logistics station at the far end, so it should have got a lot better. I mean, bear in mind, Esmir was well over a minute to load, so it might only be 45 seconds now. Brilliant. So the journalist who said, I got 250 horsepower on my electric bike, has actually replied to the article going, that's not what I told MCM, they've just got it wrong, they've just made it up. which is I've been there. I very briefly I worked on a game called MotoGP, which was an excellent game, and the review of the PC version was glowing. And we actually had the journalist from the I'll say PC user, could have been PC gamer, PC something like that, in the office for about a week. But there wasn't a PC version, so he never played the PC version. He only played the Xbox version. So he wrote the review on the on the PC version, having only seen the Xbox version. And the worst bit was, he even went on about how optimal it was, how there are all these loads of detail settings and you could really change it around. And we're like, this guy never even saw PC builds. We didn't have one. We were only an Xbox game. But yeah, that was one of my early experiences of journalists just making things up.
Wow.
We also had one on Rally Fusion, so I don't know if you remember Flaregate. There was a situation where SSX Tricky, maybe an SSX2 or SSX3, someone pointed out they were just using Photoshop lens flares in their screenshots, not just, not in-game ones. Someone had just added it. And after this, we got hit by the same thing, because someone pointed out that they were lens flares on one of our game screenshots, and we were like, what? The magazine had doctored them to make them look better. And we actually did, it was before Twitter, we actually did a, are you being sarcastic, Shaka? That's quite dramatic, that is quite a thing. But we actually did a press release saying, whoever it was, PlayStation Gamer, saying, if you'd like someone who's talented at Photoshop to help improve things, we are open for hire. Otherwise, please do not doctor our screenshots. But yeah, we were like getting back the screenshots from their website, comparing them to our game, going, we don't know why these look different. It looks like someone has actually fiddled with this. Oh my word. Anyway, I have popped up as many more planetary stations as I have resources for, about another 7. Hopefully that should add to our... send it positive words. I will do some more next time. Unfortunately, we appear to be at turbines. Green coils in Shiakov language. I don't know where they're coming from. I don't know why they're not here. Sometimes I don't know if I should just shove warpers into things that I want to do stuff on.
Lord of Coils needs ramping up.
Oh, have I just burned through them?
Might have been also. There was a spike somewhat time ago, but that might have run out. There was a storage that was full, but now it's emptied.
Cool. Yes, probably it would have been a bucket. Alright, are we all good to stop then?
Probably.
Sounds good to me.
I don't know how many whites we've got. I don't actually know if we're actually doing any better on whites than we were. Hopefully we are, I can't tell. We have actually got quite a lot of research done today, and we're now down to 57%. So for every 100 ore we extract, we only reduce a vein by 57 now. Eventually, we can get the ore, I believe, to 0, and then we never have to worry about finding new veins ever again. I haven't started. There's also an infinite upgrade to the speed of the logistics carriers and drones. And you just go as high as you like. So I don't think you need warpers eventually, I guess. We've also doubled up our... I'll just start talking. We've also doubled up our logistics station output. We can go further on that. That requires level 11. Wait, what? Level 9, then it goes to level 12. Sure. Other than that, we've also got a number of other infinite upgrades, like the amount of energy that we can store and the rate. And I guess I can queue up another Dyson stress thing. Oh, artificial stars, and so let's tease that one. While I think about, I will queue these up because they'll probably happen at the beginning of the next stream without me having having paid any attention. Would you like faster warp, Schalke?
I could, yes.
You-
Benefits.
I've only left Dora World like once tonight. This is what I mean about I don't think this game really works single player. Like, I literally haven't left this planet. I have no idea what Schalke, Max, Mr. Chicken, or Esme have done. I assume they've done great things. I assume at some point the great things will arrive back on Dora World. But I've just been tidying up, clearing up, focusing on this. Definitely a game that needs single player and multiplayer. Well, let us save it at the end of day 10. Can't believe we've only streamed this 10 times. It feels like so many more. We're going to try and give SnowRunner a bash tomorrow. I am also going to charge my car at the arcade for free. I've found there's a lot of free chargers around and I should really make the most of this. So thank you again, stream, for watching. Hope you have enjoyed it all. Hopefully join us tomorrow for some